You are about to opt in to Monerotopia, a show for the Monero community where all are welcome to join. From noob to maxi, no matter what bags you hold. Just sit back and relax to the sweet sounds of Monero's latest progress. Or if you're feeling inspired, join us on stage. Remember, the only thing that can stop Monero is a false belief that it can be stopped. And if you want to win the revolution faster, we recommend you remove your XMR from all custodial exchanges immediately. Warning, voting accidents are common around here. Don't forget to properly secure your private keys. Monerotopia starts now.
Estamos en Ciudad de México. Monerotopia es una reunión en realidad de gente que está interesada en privacidad digital, gente que está interesada en poder traer los beneficios del efectivo, algo muy latino, al mundo digital. En el mundo digital todo pues está muy observado, muy vigilado y se pierden ciertas calidades, ciertas libertades, ciertos derechos civiles en el mundo digital cuando no tienes un buen dinero privado. Entonces Monerotopia está interesada en avanzar ese tipo de tecnologías y enseñar y educar a la gente para que puedan adoptarlas. Y ha sido una muy buena conferencia, la verdad que sí.
Monerotopia is one of the 2 annual Monero conferences that's happening in Mexico City. Mexico City is amazing. It's the perfect place for a cryptocurrency conference. There's 20 million people here and they're open to new ideas. We have merchants here who are accepting Monero, and it's vibrant, it's energetic, it's global, and it's a great place to be. So come on out to Monerotopia if you haven't been. It's worth the trip.
I think when we come to events like this here at Monerotopia, we get to share, exchange ideas, learn new things, and we get to take those back home and share them with our local communities. And that allows the cause of liberty, of financial freedom, of decentralized ecosystems, parallel societies. These concepts get to spread across the planet like wildfire in a very, very beautiful way. And it's because of events like Monerotopia.
Monerotopia 2024 is awesome. This has been a great time because for me, I care about solutions, trying to make a better world, and I think private cryptos like Monero are part of that. And it's just cool to be around people who are interested in how Monero can provide privacy and freedom and how we can grow that here in Mexico where I live, but also all around the world. And yeah, I think it's just a great place to come connect with like-minded people and experience some really cool moments.
El evento realmente me pareció muy motivador. Creo que siempre el ver personas que comparten esta filosofía de libertad, esta filosofía de privacidad digital realmente siempre motiva, porque te das cuenta que no eres la única persona y que hay gente trabajando para alcanzar en este caso un futuro libre, un futuro privado. Entonces creo que si lo tuviera que describir en una palabra sería eso, motivador.
Yeah, Monerotopia in this place is it's a really cool venue. It's a really awesome place. Mexico is definitely a great choice. It's very easy for a lot of people to come here. A lot of people aren't able to get into the U.S. due to restrictions and visa requirements. So it makes a lot of sense to do it here. It's a lot more, I guess, free in the sense of there's less government surveillance, there's less pushback from government for certain things. And I'm excited to see crypto spread out into more of these countries that recognize the need for it even more so than countries like the United States. So really great to be here, and it's been awesome.
This is my first Monerotopia, and it was an absolutely phenomenal experience because it kind of blends the greatest thinking. A lot of the talks are like very technical talks about the cutting edge of privacy and privacy coins, Monero and others. But then it's also in this beautiful open air market where people are able to buy goods and services using privacy coins. And so it's kind of living privacy coins in action. So it's a phenomenal event, and it's been a great opportunity to meet people from all over the world with a similar mindset.
This ecosystem and this conference overall is absolutely amazing for getting people to understand exactly what we're doing and to understand that there are ways for us to achieve freedom in our lifetime, and that's largely through leveraging technology, leveraging parallel finance, and leveraging freedom tech to contribute that. So yeah, I'm really hopeful and optimistic about the future. I think more and more people are getting involved in various initiatives, and I think it's a really beautiful thing. So really happy to be here.
All right. What's going on, guys? I think Doug's muted.
All right. Hello. You there, Tux? Sorry about that.
I am here. No worries. No worries.
Trying to brew my coffee in the background was a complete disaster. All right. Here we go. Big show today. Let me get my camera on here.
Important show.
What's that? Yes, important show. You want to run the intro again, just real quick?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yes, go ahead.
You are about to opt in to Monerotopia, a show for the Monero community where all are welcome to join. From noob to maxi, no matter what bags you hold. Just sit back and relax to the sweet sounds of Monero's latest progress. Or if you're feeling inspired, join us on stage. Remember, the only thing that can stop Monero is a false belief that it can be stopped. And if you want to win the revolution faster, we recommend you remove your XMR from all custodial exchanges immediately. Warning, voting accidents are common around here. Don't forget to properly secure your private keys. Monerotopia starts now.
Alrighty. How's it going, man?
It's going. Staying busy.
I just had a coffee disaster. My coffee machine. I need a new coffee machine.
Oh no.
Got my gratuitous sitting over there. Coffee machine is overflowing. And I need my coffee. Haven't had my coffee yet. How's it going, man? How you doing? What's new other than all the craziness we're seeing in Monero?
Yeah, I've been paying attention to that a little bit. Just been busy working, cooking up some pretty awesome things for cake. Can't talk about all of it, but there's a lot of work being done. So let's put it that way.
Monero-related things? Or obviously cake's involved in a lot of different things, but any of them Monero-related?
Monero-related to the extent that we're making like the experience to use Monero and the wallet in general just better. So
sweet.
It'll apply to the whole wallet for the most part. But awesome. Given the fact that there's not that many Monero wallets, I think it'll be anything we improve on will be a huge win for Monero, of course. So
Sweet. Well, yeah, I mean, in terms of Monero land, obviously it has not been a boring week. I don't know if it's been a positive week, but it certainly hasn't been a boring week. A lot's been going on. Price is down, right? I feel like all the other altcoins are going up. Monero's going in the opposite direction, or at least for some time. Not the first time, but it's I don't know. Maybe we do get used to the feeling of it in an odd way. Like I've become so beaten down that you don't know what to do when Monero actually goes up with the rest of crypto. But we think maybe there's probably some reasons for it. We're seeing the cubic attack continue to happen. They're attempting to 51% attack Monero. I don't believe they've gotten anywhere close to that. We'll get into that today. We're going to have Luke Parker on, who's going to be giving us a rundown on all the different potential options for how Monero could basically improve in terms of thwarting 51% attacks. So there's a lot of ideas being thrown around in the Monero Research Lab in response to what we're seeing with this cubic attack. So, I guess that I would consider that positive, right? We talked about it a little bit on the last show. Like if you want to see a silver lining here, it's that it's forcing Monero to respond to this attack, come up with solutions. If it wasn't cubic, it'd be something else that would essentially find this vulnerability where they could potentially mount a 51% attack, or censor transactions, or just mine empty blocks and disrupt the network. So silver lining is that it's forcing Monero to evolve in real time and come up with solutions. And lucky for us, we have I believe, very talented group of people that are ultimately behind Monero, developing Monero, doing the research. So if Monero can't fix it, no one can, right? If Monero is broken, all of crypto is broken. If you can 51% attack Monero, you can 51% attack Bitcoin. I think it's fair to say, essentially both of them being proof of work coins. So we'll bring Luke up. I think at around noon he's going to jump on. I don't know if we want to do price report first or
yeah, I think that'd be a good idea.
I don't want to waste Luke's time. Yeah. All right, so I think we'll have some time. We'll do price report first. Obviously, big price report today. Maybe Bawdy can give us some hope back. I don't know. If anything, I would say good time to scoop up some Monero. What is some of the other big? Oh, the tornado cash. That's also huge news, and I would say kind of indirectly Monero related. Some people saying maybe that's why we saw the drop in price with the tornado cash ruling. Essentially, they were found guilty of operating without a money transmission license, and it's showing essentially for the first time how open source devs that are building privacy tech could be held liable for how their tech is being used. Not good overall. Not good for any technology.
I mean, isn't this still a specific scenario of them effectively profiting off of people using this privacy tool because of the specific centralized interface that they had for Tornado Cash?
Yeah, sure. I totally agree with that. I think that's kind of the accurate way of looking at it. That's what differentiates Tornado Cash from say something like Monero. But still, nonetheless, it's FUD, right? And people get afraid. They think, oh, okay, if they're going to go after the Tornado Cash devs, maybe they'll go after the Monero devs or the Zcash devs or whatever it may be, right? So I do think there's a little FUD in the air with regards to that. And I do think it is a step forward in terms of encroachment of the government against open source devs. So there's a little fear and uncertainty, and people perhaps worrying that maybe something like Monero could be the next target. I obviously don't think that's the case for all the reasons you're saying. There's quite a difference there. And if Monero were to become a target, I don't see how you then differentiate Bitcoin, for example. Basically everything's off the table at that point, right? If the US Gov, for example, were to come after Monero devs, after Monero users, there's really no difference between them coming after Monero and coming after any other cryptocurrency, including Bitcoin, Ethereum, and all that. So, given how integrated Bitcoin and these other, cryptos have become into the system, I highly doubt we'll get to a point where the U.S. government is trying to prosecute and go after Monero devs. But nonetheless, I do think there's a little bit of that fear out there. So I think that was part of the FUD this week and part of what was potentially causing the dip in price. We're also seeing other things too, right? What's the exchange that went down? Trade order. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's
pretty big. They've been around for a long time, and they've been well loved because of their lack of requirements. I'll say KYC requirements.
Yeah, and also they're also very pro privacy coin, right? I think most of the cryptos on there are privacy.
They've been
coins.
the first to list a lot of things like Tari, and I think even Bawdyanarchist. They were one of the early ones to list Bawdyanarchist, and of course, I've had Monero for a long time. They've just been well known in the Monero space, especially, and they seem to have just gone MIA. They've just totally been offline for I think over a week now. It's getting close to like 10 days, I think. No signs of life so far. And then Bawdyanarchist dumped a few days ago, and there were some suggestions that was Trade Ogre selling it off because they had a lot of Monero.
Okay, yeah, I saw that as well. That could be related to the Monero sell-off as well, right? I mean, if they have a lot of Monero, they certainly have a lot of Monero, right? I mean, Monero is the main crypto that was traded on Trade Order. So if they did in fact rug pull and they took everybody's crypto that was keeping it on their exchange, I guess we would potentially see a dip in Monero's price if they began to sell it off. So I mean, who knows? Maybe that's one of the factors. It's all a lot of things. Is it just coincidence, or are these mounted attacks? Right? We have the cubic thing. We have the Tornado Cash ruling. We're seeing exchanges get rugged. I mean, it's hard for people to even go and ape into Monero right now because things like Trade Order are down, right? Obviously, it's not, a ton of volume, but it's one of the ways that people easily obtain Monero is they jump on Trade Order and they swap other cryptos into it. So it's who knows? It could just be Monero being Monero and these things. This is just what happens to Monero, or maybe there's mounted actual attacks happening, like the whole cubic thing.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of FUD going on right now. Like you were saying, Tornado Cash stuff.
Yeah.
Even though it doesn't extend to Monero, it's kind of alarm. I guess it's alarming people in general. It's kind of being used as FUD. Cubic, it's 100% FUD and propaganda.
Right.
Little threat there, but it's
FUD propaganda. But is it also kind of like an attack, like an intentional attack on Monero with resources? Is it just some dude who has this newfangled crypto where he's just trying to make money off his crypto, or is it somebody who's actually just trying to hurt Monero? I don't know, right? I mean, what do you
I don't know enough lore to really say, but from what it looks like to me, it doesn't look like it was it doesn't look like they could ever really perform a legitimate attack. It's kind of like they're splashing in the kiddie pool while saying they're swimming in the deep end. Right. That's what it looks like to me.
I like that.
But
they are hurting Monero in terms of how
at least
things
the
are
propaganda
being
way.
perceived.
Yeah. People are definitely perceiving it bad because they have a lot of either real people or just a giant bot army that's very much promoting the FUD. Now, once again, ultimately, I think this will be good for Monero, like we talked about last week. It's they aren't a huge threat, but it is bringing the conversation of going ahead and just let's check some boxes. Let's go ahead and see what we can do to maybe make it even more 51% resistant. So if Cubic was actually planning on trying to 51% attack the network, this is going to backfire on them because they haven't gotten where they were supposed to be. But I do think it really was just a FUD campaign. But in the end, I think it'll end up just being good for Monero regardless of what happens.
Yeah, I agree too. I mean, obviously, I'm the ultimate Monero optimist, right? I'm here to stay, guys. Going down with the ship. If the ship were ever to go down, I don't think it can go down. If Monero can go down, all other cryptos can go down, right? So fully invested in every way possible here in the Monero revolution. And I'll be honest with you, you know, even during weeks like this, I mean, I'm not depressed, sad. I know it may be strange, but I find it exciting.
But it's spicy, you know, there's a lot going on. Monero can't stay boring for a very long period of time. Like sometimes, you know, there's lulls, there's nothing really going on. But at some point, some crazy drama is going to come around, or some FUD attack, or there's going to be something interesting. It's not boring very often here, so.
Here we go. We have we're getting attacked here live on Monerotopia. Bitfunk tipped $1. Why is Doug acting so scared about a free security audit? 51% against XMR is nothing like 51% against Bitcoin. Are you hungover? No, I don't know. I disagree. I mean, yeah, it's nothing like. I agree, right? Bitcoin has ASICs, blah 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 blah. I don't really get what you're trying to say here.
I think he's talking about the cost.
Why is he so scared about
51%ing Monero is incredibly low compared to Bitcoin.
Oh yeah, of course.
But we all know that. That's why we're reviewing ways that we can, you know, help make that more resistant to a 51% attack, the proof of work.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, don't get me wrong. We're way more vulnerable than Bitcoin, obviously. Bitcoin is mined by ASICs, right? There's different potential attacks that could happen there. I don't know, when I was talking to Arctic, Francisco, he was basically, my understanding was saying, you know, something like Cubic, if it could happen to Monero, it theoretically could happen to Bitcoin as well. So, you know, I mean, that's what I'm hearing from the people much smarter than me. That being said, Monero is dealing with it in a very real, like right now, obviously it's essentially super easy, super cheap for Cubic to do what they're doing and have a real effect. Obviously, it doesn't look like they're going to get a 51% attack, but they're having an effect in that they're weakening people's trust in the network. So yeah, don't get me wrong. There's Monero is not analogous to Bitcoin in terms of the strength of its network and its ability to thwart a 51% attack. But ultimately, they're both the same technology, and they're both kind of vulnerable to these things. So I think it's good that Monero is kind of facing this challenge now, and will, I would say, with almost 100% certainty, overcome it. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe this is the end, guys. But I doubt it. Cyrus tipped $1. F the FUD, buy the dip. My wallet got 1 Monero bigger this week. Thank you for all you do. Yeah, for sure. This is a good opportunity if you believe in Monero. If you've been following Monero closely, good opportunity to perhaps pick up some more Monero, especially with news like full chain membership proofs making headway. I think we just heard that they're like launching the testnet or something. There's been some
alpha testnet, yeah.
Alpha testnet. So it's like that's for me, that's the real news. But yeah, this other stuff is certainly not to be ignored, and it's not being ignored. And that's what today's show is going to be all about. So let's go ahead and let Bawdy take it away, so then we can get Luke Parker up here. He's going to go over the posts that he put up on GitHub, basically listing what all the current potential options are for Monero to potentially work towards better, fostering itself against 51% attacks, whether or not it even does anything, which is obviously one of the options, right? One of the options is stay the course.
Do nothing.
Do nothing. Everything will work out. You know, Cubic is, at the end of the day, all they're doing is just adding more hashing power to the Monero network. Game theory should work out. More miners will come in, whatever. They won't be able to achieve the 51% attack. At the end of the day, Monero will just be stronger for it with more hashing power. That is one of the options. Just stay the course, but there are other options as well. So we'll get into all of these options. We'll hear from you guys. So if you want to let us know what you're thinking with regards to what you think Monero should do, whether it should do nothing or perhaps implement one of these propose solutions, let us know. Send us an XMR chat at xmrchat.com/Monero Talk. Obviously, you can just write a comment as well, but if you send it as an XMR chat, we'll more likely pull it up, and we could ask Luke the question that you're bringing. So let's go ahead and bring Bawdy up, and we'll take it away, and then we'll have Luke jump up after.
The Monerotopia Price Report segment is sponsored by Exolix, a privacy-focused, non-custodial instant crypto exchange. Go to Exolix.com to enjoy secure and completely anonymous swaps with no KYC or sign-up. Swap between Monero and 2,000 plus assets at the most competitive rates and with no limits. Exolix.com, your fast and secure way to privacy.
We do have a message from 13. He said, hopefully Trader will return before Tari is mooning. You think Tari's going to moon? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, eventually it's definitely... It's going to moon, guys. Like, I don't know how much farther it's going to fall before it does, but it's definitely going to moon. Like, it's a new coin. They all do. They all get one, you know, especially one as big as Tari. I mean,
trade order not being up is obviously that's putting downward pressure. Yeah, putting downward pressure on something like Tari as well, right? Because it's harder for people to even now obtain it, right?
Yeah,
obviously harder to sell it as well, but
probably going to hurt them. But I still think they'll find a way, and there'll probably be some more exchanges. Did Mexi list it? I think Mexi listed it, didn't they?
I don't know.
Well, you know, I wouldn't worry about it. If you have a Tari bag, just hang on to it. Like, you would be retarded if you bought like $100 of Tari and then it goes like 50x. You're like, oh god, you know, that was.
Yeah, it's like I mined a bunch. There's no point in selling it because it's so worthless. I'm just gonna keep it and see if something happens.
Yeah, that's the name of the game with when you get into brand new coins like that, is that you never know which one of them are going to go 100x, and you know, that could become something significant for you. So just hang on to it, forget about it. And don't even think about it until somebody else tells you about it. And like, oh, did you see your Tari? Like, no, I haven't heard about it. I haven't checked the price in like 8 months. That's how you got to play that game.
For sure. Is Tari like getting crushed right now? I haven't even been following it, or it's just like
I haven't been following it either.
Okay. Okay. Just from what you're saying, it sounds like it's not doing too well.
Well, every time we check it, I'm like, yeah, it doesn't look good. I guess we'll take a look at it here whenever we get into it. Maybe I'll actually pull it up now so I don't forget. Mino Tari.
Shortwave tip, 10 cents cubic, 42% in the last 100 blocks. Everybody's got their eye on cubic and the amount of hash rate they're providing.
What did he say? How much?
He said 42% in the last 100 blocks.
That like in the recently, or was that yesterday?
He's saying in the last 100 blocks. So the last 100 blocks.
Oh, like he actually like. Oh, okay. That was got it. That was a XMRChat. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I guess I don't know. Maybe.
We'll get into that more with Luke once we bring Luke up. We'll have all eyes on the cubic tack, and we could focus on that topic. But let's let Bawdy do his price report. Take it away. Obviously, there's a lot to talk about there. Just even ignoring all this cubic stuff, just the fact that the way Monero's performing right now. So, Bawdy, if you want to go ahead and take it up, because I take it away because I don't know when Luke is jumping up. It could be any moment now.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, I got my charts. I'm sharing my screen, so
go for it.
All right. So obviously the big news here, we've got the Monero dip, the Monero crash, and I think you guys actually did a pretty good job of covering the different reasons why that might be. So let's just see if I can enumerate them here in a way that that might be reasonably explanatory. So obviously we've got let's take it by a timeline. The initial pump started when we had that hack, and it seemed pretty clear that they were converting into Monero. And I have been wondering since that attack began if they were going to stay in Monero or if they were just chain hopping. So that's one possibility, right? Maybe this guy had a big hack. They got into Monero. Maybe they churned. They waited some amount of time, and maybe now they're selling, enjoying the fruits of their ill-gotten gains, right? That could be a factor here in the price moving down somewhat. The other thing too, obviously, we've got if Cubic has been mining a decent amount of blocks, and they did threaten, hey, we're going to sell down the price. Yeah, that could definitely be a factor here. Maybe they are mining Monero. Maybe they are selling it down. Maybe the people pointing hash power at them are getting promises of a token in return that will end up being valueless because they've sold all their Monero that they had mined. That's a possibility, right? It could be that Cubic is having an effect on the price. I don't think it would be quite this stark. So that is a possibility, right? We've got the Tornado Cash ruling, and a lot of people out there in the ecosystem. Honestly, you guys, the thing I'm most disappointed about is not the ruling itself, because it seems like the jury actually did some real deliberation about things they're not supposed to, like venue. I'm pretty sure they're not supposed to even think about venue. And they asked a bunch of questions that they're not supposed to ask by the fucking priests in robes sitting atop an altar. But they asked them anyways. And so they gave them a guilty on the heaviest charge, and probably there was some sort of negotiation happening in the jury there, because that was the one that made the least amount of sense, right? The transmission was like, that's actually the least plausible, right? That is the least likely thing. But they, at least they let them go on the laundering charge, and then and at appeal they probably, like, an illegal sense where on appeal they get to say, hey, we don't think the judge applied the law correctly. And judges, these fucking priests in robes, these Pharisees, will tell you they'll lie to juries. Juries have the absolute undeniable authority and power of jury nullification to determine the law and the facts for themselves. But that was stated by the very first Supreme Court Justice, John Jay. He was emphatic about it. Literally the first guy that sat on the Supreme Court said this, that juries absolutely have the power and the authority to determine the law and the fact. And that's part of the system. And then after the Civil War, that was done away with without any logic, with like a lot of things where they just declared them in the Civil War, in the Supreme Court after the Civil War. And then ever since, the judges continue. They tell juries, they literally instruct them, I decide what the law means and you only determine the facts, which is a lie. And they lie straight up to juries, which is criminal. It's absolutely criminal. But anyways, at appeal, sorry to be long-winded about that, at appeal, the Tornado Cash guys are going to be able to challenge whether the judge correctly interpreted the law. They'll be able to do that on appeal. And so they probably have a really good opportunity there and say, hey, the judge, suppressed our information. We couldn't talk about the, what was it? The guidance that was issued. Anyways, coming back here to Monero, the point is that whole thing, the whole stupid crypto scene is running around with their heads chopped off. Oh, it's illegal to write code now. No, it's fucking not. Like, it's illegal to take a pay-per-profit model on the basis of your centralized code that you not only published but then deployed and maintained and get a profit every single time that you use it, and help transparent inputs gain illicit transparent inputs gain privacy. Like, all of these factors come together. This isn't just one at a time here. This paints a picture, and that's what made them attackable. We have had, and I posted about this, we have literally 0 Monero developers that have been legally attacked for their work on anything regarding Monero. 0. And that stands in stark contrast to these other projects. But the crypto space is full of fucking morons. So they're all like, oh, privacy, you got to sell the privacy, right? They sold Zcash too. Let's go take a look at this really quick. Everyone sold Zcash. So you can see, and Zcash has these like weird oscillations anyways. So, they did come down by like 26%, but minus 26% for Zcash is, it's not like, that's nothing. That's a reasonably normal move for them. So we fell about the same amount as Zcash, but in terms of, like, when you think about it in terms of what our price history is, we actually fell a lot more. I don't have Zcash here on the list. Let me hazard attempting to to add it, like, just really, really ad hoc. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen right now. All right. Anyways, if we were to look at the Z-scores, I promise you Zcash didn't fall nearly as much as Monero. Monero had a big pull down relative to its own price history. So, okay, let's cover them again. I've been long-winded. I know. I'm sorry. We're trying to be quick today. So, okay. So we said we had the hack. Maybe the guy's selling off the funds. We said we've got Cubic, right? That could be a factor. They could be selling their empty blocks, the empty blocks they mine. They could be selling those mining rewards. We've got the Tornado Cash ruling. That is also a factor. And then we have the shutdown, the apparent shutdown disappearance of Trade Ogre. And I don't know. We don't really have any information. Usually, when the Fed sees the site, they put a big sign up and they like brag about their accomplishment that they seized the site and everything. So someone said what they did was smash the erase button. Because hey, if you see that you're the attack incoming and you erase everything, you're less likely to get pwned. But maybe they erased all their keys. I haven't looked to have those funds been moving, right? Like, I don't know. Obviously, we won't know with Monero. But you could see the other stuff potentially. I heard that the funds were just sitting there, but for a period of time. But again, with Monero, they could just sell it off and no one would know. So maybe they exit scammed. The guys that were running it, you wouldn't think that they would exit scam, but fuck, I don't know. So that's a lot of headwind, guys. That's a lot of headwind, right? Those are a lot of things like facing us against the price here. Could be one, could be a combination, right? All of the above. Here's another thing. We are getting attacked. I see more asshole shitheads showing up in Twitter. I see more bots than I've ever seen before, and not just for the pubic, not just that bot army by comes from his ass, but the whole fucking just in general. And this should not be surprising to us. We are in a new bull market, right? And this is kind of something we talked about even for the last couple months. Like, this is it. This is the new bull market. Here's the dominance, right? And I said, hey, we are actually looking at the potential for a real alt season. And as of this candle, as of this week, this is starting to look more and more confirmed. We're not at perfect confirmation in my mind. You really need to get here to this level. This is kind of a messy chart too. I apologize. It's charts like this. You say, yeah, this is where your power for using wave magic starts to deteriorate a tiny little bit. Just simply because there's so many lines, right? I could claim anything here. I could be like, oh, well, we hit this line exactly. Oh, we hit that line, or I don't know, this area or this area, right? Like, so this is a chart where it's a little bit more ambiguous, and it's more open to interpretation. So I know we got guys like Adon Mon in the crowd, so I won't exactly tip my hat to you, sir, but I will tell you in this particular chart, yes, this would be more like a little bit closer to tea leaves than it would be like true reliable technical analysis. Maybe there's some stuff I can kind of pull out of here, but anyways, the point is, let's go to the weekly. And the point is, yes, we are most likely entering an alt season. And with all of that on the table, I just want to remind you guys of what happened in 2020 and 2021. That is when Binance and the motherfuckers all started their fractional reserve attack against Monero, and that shit lasted for years and years, right? Still ongoing. We still have exchanges that do that. Like, we still know that, like, Mexi is the new Binance. They're fraudulent. And they flash, they surprise KYC people, stuff like that. Excuse me, sip of coffee there. Yeah, so we should absolutely expect. We should definitely expect that we are going to be getting attacked in new ways, right? And this is what Cubic is, right? They need to attack Monero's price so that they can push attention to the other coins. And guys, it's coordinated, okay? It's so difficult for me to look at these 4 different things that we just covered and think to myself, oh, that's all just happenstance unrelated. We're going into a new bull market. It's about to be alt season. It is alt season. And that just happens to be the case, right? It just happens to be that these bot armies show up. It just happens to be the case that you have these people, these lawyer asses. I don't hear anyone other than people in Monero mentioning the fact that, hey, maybe and don't get me wrong, what they did to Tornado Cash and Samurai is a crime. Okay, it's a fucking crime, and the things that they do, the system is wrong. Okay, but Monero is in a more legally defensible position now. And what's the irony, the hypocrisy here is that the people that are like, no, it's not fair, it's a crime, those are also the people that aren't like really anarchists. They like a lot of these altcoins are like, well, it's not right, it's not good enough for the regulations, right? They'll be like, well, you shouldn't buy Monero because it's not regulated enough. Again, let me state this very clearly. It's fucking hypocritical for like the majority of the crypto ecosystem to say things for years, stupid shit like, oh, Monero is not regulated and they're just going to come after Monero as well. and they're going to get it delisted because it can't be, it's too private and it can't comply, blah blah blah, and like make all this hoopla about why no one should buy Monero because of how non-compliant it is, and then cry their eyeballs out when their coins mixing protocol developers get charges thrown against them. And we talked about this 5 years ago. We said, hey, Monero is actually much more legally defensible. And instead of the ecosystem saying, you know what, actually after 5 fucking years we can see that Monero is less attackable, why don't we buy Monero? Otherwise, we should have seen Monero developers charged by now, right? We should have seen that given what's happening, but they haven't been. Why? That's not happenstance. That's not an accident. It means Monero is legally defensible in terms of being a network and in terms of development. And so that should be a big like highlighted thing across crypto. Hey, buy Monero, use Monero. It is much more safe, even in a legal sense. Not that we care about the scribbles, but I mean, we do care about the scribbles, right? That's the thing. They have the people with scribbles have power to fuck us up, right? So we do care about that. And the people with power aren't omniscient. The government can't do everything. They can't just magically fairy dust poof anything they want against people. They can attack you in different peripheral ways, right? I'm not saying they won't attack you because we are being attacked, but they're attacking Monero in indirect ways, probably because they don't want to. Also, they don't want to put they don't want to highlight Monero. So, anyways, that's a big long rant, guys, to explain to you that this is unsurprising. The fact that Monero is having all these attacks and then we get this crazy weird price drop when everything else is pumping, that's to be expected. That's par for the course. And it's resonant towards what happened back in 2020 and 2021. So
I'm really glad you brought up the hacker again, because that is a legitimate possibility, but it's one that's a lot harder to see going the other direction than it was coming in. And it is, I might have some insight into like swap providers, but I don't have any data about that yet. So I'm looking to see if there's any like trend that has happened over the past week for XMR to anything else swaps. Haven't seen that yet.
So, yeah, you mentioned that the other day. I'm definitely curious to hear about that. Do you want to tell us more about that right now?
I don't have any info about that yet, unfortunately.
Okay. All right. Well, I look forward to hopefully hearing something more. All right.
And then, of course, the mounting FUD of all these things happening at the same time. It's an interesting bomb.
Yeah. I mean, it was pretty straightforward for them last time to just do the fractional reserve price attack and then be like, oh, you're just a conspiracy theorist. And the fucking Mr. holding up 4 fingers man that went to prison, unfortunately, for not too long, just yet I digress. I'm too far out there, guys. I'm coming back here. Got to keep it centered. Okay. It's okay. All right. Anyways, yeah, so that's what's going on. Like there's attacks happening. It was straightforward for them to just fractional reserve, and now they have to do a bunch of creative shit, right? The mining ecosystem is a place where they can do that. And I believe I believe the mining ecosystem is how they ultimately covered for their fractional reserve over the course of many years. That's ultimately what they did at Binance and other places. They made deals with guys like NiceHash, and then they probably Bitmain, right? We know that Bitmain is just like wrapped up in all of this. Like 80% of Bitcoin's hash rate is just Bitmain, right? It's just Bitmain. And so they made their little Monero miner, and they probably sold it at a premium price to Binance. Again, why? Why would they overpay for that? Because they need their alt season. They need you to go buy their shit coins that they printed from nothing. And the government wants you to go buy their shit coins that they printed from nothing. That's not freedom money. That's slavery tokens. That's what they are. They're just slavery tokens. So that's where we are, So again, this is why you gotta know the game. And it doesn't mean you exactly have to play the game, but you do need to navigate the game. And if your goal, like if your navigation is, hey, I don't give a fuck, I'm just going to buy Monero, that's great. Like that's, salute to you, all of you sirs and gals out there doing that. All right.
It's the only right attitude to have.
Seriously. All right. It's just like, I'm pissed at it every fucking day. Like, don't get me wrong. I'll be like, God damn it, motherfuckers, but then I'll be like, all right, well, that's what it is, right? Just you just got to understand that's how they play it. So if you didn't think like did we ever think it was really going to be that easy, right? It's like Bitcoin was the caricature of how easy it is to take over the financial system, right? That was like you said, kiddie pool. What was your quote, bro? That was fucking amazing. You said
you're splashing the kiddie pool while saying they're swimming in the deep end.
At the moment, yeah, they're like, haha, look at those empty blocks. Haha. It's like, all right, so I'll wait another like 5 minutes to get my transaction confirmed. Okay, sure. Well, sure, guys. Have fun, like not like throwing away your profit. That's another thing. Like, who is this guy? Comes from his ass, and he came from IOTA, some shitcoin, and like is never used, and they had to steal everyone's funds one time because like their wallet was so bad that the funds were all at risk and they couldn't tell anyone because then a black hat would steal them. So they stole them first, but they gave them back. Don't worry. But like, that's like the background. You could like, please. And his bot army, like, and then it just shows up out of nowhere. And we get all these interesting accounts with interesting ideologies that love Mustache Man so much that somehow get all these followers. Like, yeah, I believe a lot of them are totally genuine. God, I'm just seeing it's just everywhere. It's just everywhere. And we haven't seen this, right? This is new. This is 2025 stuff, right? So anyways, man, it's a lot of ranting. Whew. Okay, let's look at the Bitcoin versus XMR price. It's exactly what you'd expect. The good news is that this is actually a level, right? We said, hey, and we actually talked about this last week. We said, hey, this could be an interim level right here, but really realistically, we're looking at this level in that zone. We're not quite like haven't hardcore hit it. We probably are going to need to come hit this line here at some point. So I don't think the ratio slaughter is over, but whatever, just buy, right? Just buy. One thing I forgot to mention here, obviously the wave magic. These blue lines, we're actually still in a not bad position. These blue lines right here should act as reasonably good support. That 243 level you can see, right? That was our previous pegging that top right, the horizontal area of significance, right? So you kind of got some confluence in some places. Again, Monero is small market cap, and there's so much manipulation that happens against it. I still hesitate to really, really trade this thing on the technicals, on the statistics. But if you were a gambling man, this was the spot, right? I mean, it is funny, like that did end up being a spot, didn't it? Right? Like this 243 level, whether you want to say that was due to the horizontal area. So Monero bottomed out about 248 on Kraken, and then 243 was sort of that horizontal level of significance here. We'll even go to the weekly to show you why that horizontal level might be. Actually, maybe it's not as prominent on the weekly. It's not actually. For some reason, I thought it went back further. Maybe we could do this. We could draw a line there, and we could this is just for fun. Like, there's no reason that these lines have to mean anything, but we're just going to do them. They're just reference points, right? Yeah, okay. I guess those lines don't really.
Yeah, that 240 really did become a floor, which is good. That means it's still a good position to be in. We've moved on from that 240 being the ceiling resistance that was really hard to pass for quite a long time. And now it's looking like it could be the floor. So that's, even though it's dumped from 300 a little bit, it's still a really good position to be in.
Yeah, it could be the floor. Let's hope it's the floor.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah. Like we always say, charts don't have to obey my stupid stats, right? These are just a map of something that's a process that's kind of going on, but it's not the full process. It's just like an aspect of, and sometimes, there is just level of noise and randomness in there. So yeah, that wick could be it, but it doesn't have to be. A wick down here and then a recovery to like doing that. That's fucking amazing, right? That's like never 243 again kind of action if that happens. So, let's see, anything else with Monero. We could look at the divergences, but actually nothing interesting happened. They know we're watching them, right? We got our eyes on these fucking assholes. We know we'll be able to point it out if they're doing it. Although they kind of don't care. Oh look, Poloniex is actually offering Monero at about 0.5% higher. Do they have withdrawals enabled? 0.5% to 1% higher than the other exchanges. That's interesting. Okay, yeah, but we don't like Poloniex doesn't. They just don't matter. I don't think anyone uses them. Monero versus ETH, I guess. No,
Literally, none of these exchanges actually work in the US, do they? I just realized that.
Yeah, no, I guess not.
It's really funny.
Maybe some of them do the KYC thing, and so they can still operate, but I don't think they list Monero. We can't do it because the regulations. Yeah, why did Kraken do it? Like, how is Kraken still operating? Like, okay. All right, let's look at some shitcoins. I mean, altcoins. You got Xanos doing some recovery business here. Xano didn't seem to care about the regulator stuff. They didn't even have a fall off. Okay. All right. I'm not going to talk too much about Xano. Let's go to the daily. Yeah, this is a Xano chart. All right. we got our people here. We have some of the guys, some of the crypto guys are in Xano. They promote it. I actually haven't heard anything about Xano lately. So, yeah. All right, there you go. Fyro taking a dump with the rest of the privacy coins. Not looking so great for Fyro, to be honest.
Fyro. I did a sacrifice for testing out new technologies.
Yeah, I mean, as long as they don't actually care about the price and they're just, having fun with a coin that's technically production, but they're, just playing around. Oh, hey, look at this pirate chain. Wait, what the fuck?
Ooh,
that's suspicious. So everyone else is going down, and like one of the main guys that were the main promoters of Pirate Chain, they're pumping after their exchange got hacked. Like, I don't know, guys. That looks weird to me. Now, of all times, now Pirate Chain pumps now. That's, if you know, you know. That's just sucks.
Just 2x'd, almost
from the bottom.
Yeah.
That's. I mean, okay,
back in April. Yeah.
The comeback, I can see this, right? Like that was the macro crash scare, but like this action here over the past couple of weeks, that's I don't know. Well, we'll just let people make their own conclusions there. No need to point too many fingers today. I think I pointed quite a number of fingers, so I've got a lot more pointing back at me. Darrow, lol. We already talked about Zcash. All right, so let's take a quick look here at Bitcoin. Then we can talk about the macro, and then hopefully Luke's going to be here soon. Really curious to hear what he has to say. Okay, yeah, so Bitcoin, remember we said last week, don't fear the dip. That was actually the title of the episode, don't fear the dip. I guess right now also with Monero, don't fear the dip. But in general, we said, hey, last week macro, everything's stable. Like, yeah, there was a couple like moments, but there wasn't really anything that is going to stop this market for the moment. Let's see. Hey, Tux, if you can remind me to talk about the Trump trial in case I forget about it when we get to the macro. Okay, so Bitcoin here. We got recovery, right? We had a W bottom, and Bitcoin is looking like it wants to recover. It's going to go higher probably eventually. We said, hey, when it comes to Bitcoin and the way its action has happened, and you're kind of getting these diminishing returns on the peaks. It's a bull market. It's going to be muted, right? It's going to be slower. It's going to be a little bit tamer than the last time. But you're already at 100,000, right? So like, no complaints, Bitcoin bros. These fucking guys. Oh, they do the paper Bitcoin. Oh my God, it's paper Bitcoin, guys. Like, are you kidding me? They might trust me, bro. Bitmain is good for it. They've got all the coins. Like, just do a basic look on chain. It's really easy. Like the 80% of the entities, or sorry, 80% of the Bitcoin is held by less than 1% of the entities. They're good for it. They have the coin. They're not selling paper Bitcoin. Your price is fake anyways. It's just so good at being fake. It's so integrated into the fake fiat system. It's so their price is so fiat that like they don't even see it anymore. Their price has been fiat for so long that even a normal dip to them is suppression, right? If you want to see suppression, come over to Monero and see what real attacks look like. That's what real attacks look like.
See how I treat Bitcoin now? I'm just like, yeah, make me fucking money. Like, I don't care because it doesn't matter ultimately, like where the direction it's gone. It's not going to end up being this amazing currency to use. So I'm just going to play along and treat it the same way everyone else is. And yeah, make me money, please. I'll use Monero for spending.
Exactly. It's your money making shitcoin. And okay, that's fine, right? I mean, it's better that we have Bitcoin than we don't have Bitcoin. I'm glad it's there. I just wish it hadn't been so cucked. But okay, anyways, what's the price gonna do with this? Okay, with this downtrend right here a little bit. Don't be surprised, right? Like better price action would have been to stop at this level, right? Let's zoom in a little bit. Better price action would have been to stop at this level and then come back and then start flirting in this area, right? That would be more bullish price action. With this W bottom here, don't be surprised if things have to chop sideways for a little bit longer. It's still it's sideways with a chance of pump, right? It's sideways with upward pressure, higher lows kind of thing. But I'm not seeing anything in this chart right now that screams to me that it's about to really pounce here. So in my mind, you're better
diminishing returns for Bitcoin at this point.
Yeah, and especially in the immediate, like in the near term, your better probabilities are probably with altcoins No,
Ethereum.
yeah, Ethereum needs a lot of comeback here.
Even-
It has actually been coming back quite a lot. Ethereum versus Bitcoin has been pumping to a good amount. So after it dumped crazy, I mean that's right. Ethereum has outperformed Bitcoin by to the tune of 2x. So I mean you're generally better bet, you know, let's just call it 70-30 right now is for altcoins. I still think that this that the altcoin chart or the dominance chart, this is going to be a slow movement down, right? Like don't expect this to just like massively dump towards the downside. It could, I guess, maybe it really could. I say don't expect it to. It might, right? But I would expect more for this thing to do not as slowly as Bitcoin went up, but you know, slower than we saw in previous bull markets, right? We're going to see this thing probably move towards the downside, meander towards the downside a little bit faster than it went up, but slower than it has done in previous times. So again, you know, just crypto getting bigger, the movements are slower, they're less severe.
Before anyone takes out of context what I said, I'm not saying to just spend your Monero. I'm saying I'm not going to care to try and build this reality on top of Bitcoin that doesn't really exist and probably never will. I will, if I want to actually use crypto, I will use Monero. Spend and hold Monero. Do both.
Tux understands the difference between metaphoric truth and leveraging metaphoric truth and occupying a paradigm without necessarily fully believing the silliness of the paradigms, but still being able to leverage it. That's how you get, like, I mean, that's just, you know, that's fully transparent, you know, multimodal thought processes. You want to try and sound smart about it. Okay, here's Link. I just wanted to point out Link and White has come up, and it actually was slightly preceding the other coins coming up as well. Not all of them, but Link going first is a typical thing that we tend to see. So the fact that Link is pumping also gives me a little bit more, I don't know, confidence that we have good chances for more pumpage here, especially more altcoins going higher. Maybe we should start looking at the total market cap, because as altcoins start going, you know, the Bitcoin chart is going to be a little bit less interesting, and the total chart, you know, maybe we need to pivot towards looking at that. I don't know. I haven't really examined this chart. Yeah, this chart is actually a little bit more bullish than Bitcoin chart is currently at the moment. It's definitely more bullish. Yeah. Sorry, that's just like me, like a witch reading the tea leaves here. You could just call me Gandalf or something. Yeah, we could do that. Like you could expect maybe something like that to happen here for total. So it is mildly more bullish. Again, it's not massively bullish, but it is more bullish than the Bitcoin chart. So yeah, we got a lot of corroborating signals here. We probably are looking at some altcoin gains. So you know, you could plan your parties. Don't have them just yet. Maybe wait another month. But yeah, you could start planning your altcoin parties, your altcoin celebration, retirement parties, etc. All right, macro really quickly. I guess just left to right. We'll start with oil. Oil is getting into that zone, right? So it's at 63. Everything's still fine as long as we keep it above 60, right? That's basically our navigational beacon. But if this thing starts listing drunkenly towards the downside, we could be in store for more problems. So for the meantime, we're fine. But listen, oil is a macro chart, and macro charts move slow, and they are guided when they need to be. It's like we talked about, like, all of this level down here for so long. You know, it was like it's coming, and you're like, bro, this is anticlimactic. Finally, it did break down, and then it tried to get back up again, right? And then it finally did dump. The point of all of that is to tell you that, hey, yes, this is like slightly eyebrow raising, but don't expect this to just break down, right? If this is going to break down, it's going to do it. Like, they're going to milk this shit for everything that they can milk it for before it breaks down again, right? Like that could take us well into the end of the year before oil breaks down. So, so now we're on the macro. Let's talk about Trump. The Trump trial. Remember, we said expect them to milk it for everything that they can milk it for. So the Trump trial is really the Trump tariff trial. The Trump tariffs were struck down in federal court as being unconstitutional, and then the federal court, an appellate court, said, well, yeah, maybe, but let's keep the tariffs in place just to be safe, and then we'll review it at the appellate court. So they're all arguing now, and they had 3 judges, but then they had to go to like 10 judges or 11 judges or something. So that was the thing. So they delayed it then. Obviously, they want to delay it, right? Because if they're going to end up getting struck down, they want to slow that process down for as long as possible. If you're Trump, the Trump team. And so, like, they're hearing the case now. They were supposed to hear it weeks ago. The oral arguments are apparently being made, but don't expect that to like finish anytime soon. Then you've got 11 judges that have to deliberate together, and they've got to write their own shit. And it's right. So the point is that's on hold, and if that's on hold, that's actually fine for markets, and that makes a lot of sense. In fact, you know what? I don't know. I don't want to speculate any further there. Just know that that's a thing in the background, and you know, I guess it seems like if the tariffs are still in place, that kind of weighs against the markets, and maybe that's what the oil price is telling us here, right? It's like, hey, they haven't been struck down. There's still tariffs in place, and even if they get struck down, tariffs still will be in place. It's just that these particular tariffs, it's a big part of the framework, but it's it's not the whole framework. I don't know if it's like half. It's at least a large minority, if nothing else. So yeah, we got the oil chart here. It's still in the range of stable, so there's nothing to tell you that the show is over yet. Dixie is also stable, right? Dollar index is stable, and again, stability is the name of the game here. It looks to me like this chart is probably going to want to spend months now stabilizing. I wouldn't expect a pump here. I wouldn't expect a dump from here. I would just expect this thing to form a new trend, and that's fine. Again, gold is also showing stability, and it also is showing us that it's riding at the top of its zone. This is actually starting to look bullish, guys. Like, this is a different character feel than what I've seen in previous times of the gold chart. You could probably call this a pennant if you wanted to, right? We could hallucinate a pennant here, and we don't even need an AI to do it. Just some good mushrooms. We can hallucinate gold as a pennant, and this thing is, eventually gonna, probably with knowing gold, it'll do like this, right? And then maybe it'll do like that. So we said, hey, expect. I'm not expecting, but I'm saying I foresee it being a very real possibility that gold rides this purple line higher, right? Not that it's going to beat it by any crazy means, but this would be an interesting case of where this purple line doesn't act as a blow off top, but instead acts as a guiding mechanism for the price. And that makes sense when you consider how much money that they're printing and how much is going into the stock market. It makes sense. Let's go to the NASDAQ now. Stock market's recovered, but we talked about this line right here. This guy, that goes all the way back to 1929. I'll prove it to you. We'll just go to the monthly. So 1929 peak. I know we talk about this often, but for anyone that hasn't been on the show before, that's the 1929 peak. That's the .com, and we are now at that same trend line. And people might naively say, "Oh, well, we're at the same trend line. That means it's over, boys. Like, it's the crash is happening. Fiat's collapsing." No, it's not happening. It's not collapsing. Fiat's not collapsing. Put those silly notions out of your head. Fiat, listen, if Argentina didn't collapse at 200% inflation for like a couple of years, then America's not collapsing at like 10% inflation, right? They're just slowly stealing from you. Anyways, but we are beating this line, okay, right? Like, that's what's happening here. This line is getting set as a floor at this moment, and that means that things are going super exponential. They're going double exponential, right? Maybe even meta exponential if we wanted to try and blow some minds with nonsense words. But the point is that this line right here, the fact that we're setting that and beating it, that tells you that things are actually more than exponential here, and that ties back into gold, right? And the explanation for why I'm telling you that this purple line, why I've said, hey, this is a big stopping point. It doesn't have to be the end. We'll probably go higher, but normally this is a blow off top kind of metric here, but in this particular case, we're going to modify that because of what we're seeing in other places. And this is where people, like, again, if you're going to do TA, you need to learn to tie that back into like the broader reality and the broader picture. It requires being flexible in your thought patterns. Anyways, stocks came back this week. They are, set a tiny little higher high for the NASDAQ, and then the S&P recovered. So again, things are continuing apace, guys. Like, there's like, yes, Monero had the pullback, but the macro is stable. Stocks are fine. Crypto is maybe not exactly ready to go higher, but it's stable enough and doing its crypto thing. Altcoins looking to go higher. So in general, like, the motion is positive, right? Like, it's a big positive, inertia of movement towards the upside. It's a balloon, it's floating, right? Etc. Whatever other colorful metaphors we might want to tie into there. But Monero is kind of acting weird, and it's acting weirder than it ever has before. And I don't think that's an accident. I just can't believe that this is an accident, that this kind of stuff is all happening at once. So Unless I missed any questions, unless
We
I
do get a
probably
few
missed
super
your chat.
chats. I'll go ahead and bring up. Sure, I already brought that one up earlier. Low IQBix tipped 15 cents. The 42% figure was because low IQBix got lucky with the mining lottery. They have less than 3% of the total hash rate. I was going to mention this earlier. There is I think it's called the poison distribution, that suggests a certain probability of how many blocks you could, like a mining pool could get, or like you could get in general by mining. And just because they got 42 out of 100 blocks doesn't mean they actually have 42% of the hash rate. It's not going to be proportional to the amount of hash rate they have. There's a certain amount of probability involved. So that sounds about right.
Yeah, like if you flip a coin, if we flip a coin, you're going to come up heads, maybe 4 times in a row sometimes, even though you only have 50%. So it happens.
Yes, and so even though that sounds like scary, it's not quite as bad as it seems. Sure, once again, Cubic is, it's something to keep an eye on, but I'm not going to start fudding immediately, be like, oh, we gotta freak out. No, I really don't think that's the case. Next up, we got Chicken Bowl tipped $1.23. What do y'all think about almost all instant exchanges relying on Cloudflare and most of them using Gmail? It all shows in their DNS records. Am I being paranoid here, or is everyone stupid for not doing atomic swaps? I'm not sure why Gmail would matter for instant exchanges. I've never put my email on a swap or instant exchange website. Cloudflare is obviously, it's not ideal, but Cloudflare is, you can get around it. And even if you have to do a CAPTCHA, I mean, Cloudflare most of the time still, like most of the instant exchanges I've used either don't use Cloudflare, or even if they do use Cloudflare, they're not very strict. They don't care about a VPN that much, or even Tor. So I don't think it's a huge deal. As long as you are using a good VPN or Tor, I wouldn't be super concerned about like IP tracing in that regard.
Well, hang on a second. The other day I got on to what's it called? The meta exchange, the InstaSwapper, the aggregator, Trocador. I got onto Trocador, and you know what? You can use it over Tor, but you have to go back to ClearNet. You can't use it as, if you connect to Trocador as a hidden service. None of those swaps work. Like not for Monero, at least. They're all grayed
really?
out. Yeah, like go to the hidden service and try to swap and see if anything shows up.
Because I guess those providers don't have onion addresses as well.
Yeah, maybe that makes sense. But yeah, you could still use it over Tor.
That's good to know. And I know Trocador, they've been attacked a lot over the past year, so they've had to get a little bit stricter on their network checks, unfortunately. But they have a more custom solution though, so I tip my hat to them on that. They aren't using Cloudflare like most people are. And atomic swaps are cool, but it's very much still a newer thing that is not a very good experience yet. I know there's that iGen wallet that came out recently. I haven't tried an atomic swap on it yet. iGen, however you pronounce it. I haven't tried an atomic swap on it yet. I probably will do that this week and see how the experience is. But it's still a very limited thing that's pretty new. So.
Oh, also, I'm sorry to be nitpicky. So it's Eigenwallet, and I believe it's the Poisson distribution, not the Poison distribution.
Poisson, thank you.
Poisson, yeah. No big deal. I apologize for my being a grammar Nazi.
I just sound smarter.
Least of all, I can afford to cast the first grammar stone. My grammar's fucking horrible, dude. I just make constant spelling mistakes. I'm a terrible coder because like my logical thinking is reasonably okay, but fuck, I lean heavily on checkers and AI to catch my stupid syntax mistakes.
And D Martian tipped $25. Thank you, D Martian. It's not a funeral, guys. Chipper up. I pay 0.1 XMR an hour to learn Esperanto today. What's your good examples? The blocks are confirming a little late is all. Yeah, I never fudding because I didn't believe it from the first place. It doesn't really affect me that much. There are some people fudding. There's some people trolling. But I think it's far from like being an air quote funeral. So to speak. So thank you for your tip, D Martian.
Very, very, very generous tip. Thank you, D Martian. I think we sent $25. Thank you.
Chad. Oh, you know what we didn't look at? We didn't look at the hash rate. Monero's hash rate. So here's an interesting thing. Has Cubic brought us any extra hash rate actually, or are they just stealing hash rate that currently exists? So we've been sitting at 5 gigas for some period of time here.
I think they started back before, like mid May. I think is when I started hearing about them. If I remember correctly.
Yeah, we did see that increase in hash rate, right? And people were like attributing it to Tari, but that's also when Cubic was kind of ramping up.
Yeah, so maybe because I mean we did kind of go here from like 4 to 4.5 gigas, and now we're at the 5 to 5.5 gigas range. And I think they did start their thing somewhere around mid-April. Like we started hearing about them in May, but I'm pretty sure they got started in April. So maybe they are a factor, right? Maybe they actually got new hash rate in here. In which case, I'm like, fuck, that's fine, guys. Like if you want, I don't like them.
Yeah, that's the proceed as right. That's the proceed as normal, right? Everything is working out. And this is just, game theory is working out. And at the end of the day, we're just going to have more hashing power, right? I mean, that's the one way of looking at it. But I don't know, though. I mean, we'll hear from Luke, but I mean, is that the way you're looking at it, or do you think there's things that need to be done to better prepare ourselves for these types of attacks?
If we had more hash rate, these guys just wouldn't matter. But I think we should at least be exploring options, right? Because it's not that like these guys aren't a zero risk, and it would be like we kind of make fun of them and all, and they were like August 3rd is the day, right? Like movie style or something. Everybody get ready on August 3rd. Cubic comes from his ass is going to come and take over the network, right? Some stupid shit like that, and like nothing happened. So we're kind of making fun of them, but like it's still like they're a non-zero risk if they do manage.
Yeah, and if anything, it's indicative of the fact that these attacks can be made, right? And like we said, even if they're not like actually fundamentally doing anything, just the perception and the social attack aspect it's having through the propaganda that's being spread and the FUD and people thinking, all right, that Monero could potentially be 51% attack. Just that alone is having a negative effect.
Yeah, like I won't name his name, but there's one guy that's like he's not like totally Zcash. He's not a Zcash shill, but he's pro Zcash, and he's like kind of pro Monero too. And he's like, well, this is what happens when you have non-ASIC mining. It's like, bro, shut the fuck up. Your network has 60% owned by a single pool, right? Like, stop. Like, you don't have any fingers to point there. Looks like they're at 25% for the last 1,000 blocks overall for the Cubic guys, and this is they're the unknowns because they stopped publishing their what are they? It's a key or something. I don't know, whatever, but. They stopped publishing that, hey, we're Cubic, and now they just moved to the unknown pool. So we still know how much hash power they have, and it's been this for like all week long, like 20 to 25%. So,
what was the unknown hash rate before they stopped reporting? Because we could easily extrapolate approximately how much they make that up. I think
it was like 1%.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay.
It's pretty much all.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah. So you just pretty much assume that all of it is them. Oh, we forgot to talk about the Tari price, but yeah, it's not good. not the best.
Still on the downtrend.
Half 1 cent. Awesome.
Yeah, half a cent.
Yeah. We've seen Fluffy responding to the Cubic stuff too. Nice to see him, putting his responses out there. It does feel like there's a little bit of a Cubic versus Tari thing going on too, like a rivalry with come from behind versus Fluffy from I don't know. I don't know. I'm sensing that picking that up as well. Especially given that they kind of both came on the scene at the same time, which is interesting.
Yeah, that's true.
Two scammer projects just fighting each other.
I mean, I like DAGs. I do like directed acyclic graphs. I think that's a pretty cool idea. It's just that IOTA did all this weird stuff like ternary processors, and it was really weird. Like I don't know what they were up to or why they thought it was a good idea to roll somehow ternary processors into their design mechanism. Maybe I'm misunderstanding something there, but that was like a big headline. Maybe that was just a marketing gimmick that they did, but no, directed acyclic graphs are pretty cool. Like that is a reasonably like plausible scaling. Like maybe that could happen. So I don't know.
All right, I do see we have Luke backstage. He's ready to jump on, so I definitely want to take advantage of his time. Bring him up.
Stop taking advantage of Luke. No, I'm just kidding.
We're all taking advantage of each other here. Is there anything else I want? Oh, you mentioned Xano. I do think the one thing that's interesting with regards to Xano and worth discussing is they are hybrid proof of stake, proof of work. And we've had Andre on here and at the Monerotopia conference. I actually posted a video of it today on X. Maybe I could play it real quick, where he talks about his belief, his prediction that Monero will one day be proof of stake. I mean, he's been saying this for 3 years now, which I think is interesting.
Definitely not.
Well, I just think it's worth noting. Let me go ahead and bring up.
It would require an actual major networking attack.
Let me go ahead and play this because I do think it's interesting that he's been saying this for some time.
Monero will switch to proof of stake. It's gonna be more secure consensus, because if Monero would be attacked with double spend attack.
Great discussion. I think you had said at the last conference that you predict one day Monero will be proof of stake.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure about this.
Wow.
But not that I'm trying to prove that I was right. It's just I will be happy the day Monero will switch to proof of stake. It's gonna be more secure consensus, because if Monero would be attacked with double spend attack, that would be really sad. I mean, that would be really sad. And I think, but because I was speaking with a few people in Monero at the Monerotopia, I think there is an understanding between technical community. They understand the cost of attack on the proof of work. They see the problem, and then if they see the problem, it's easier to come to solution. And if Monero ever decide to go this way, we'll be happy to help if they need a hand with this.
You don't.
So yeah, there you have it. Zoidberg talking about his belief that Monero will one day be proof of stake. I do recommend people go back and listen to that. It was like from a year ago. I posted it on X. It's much longer. We talked about it for almost 40 minutes. He talks about how he worked with Monero Dev Co to develop the proof of stake system that they use, the privacy preserving proof of stake system they use for Xano. And he also talked about, which I didn't really, I kind of forgot this, I didn't really pick this up, how Nicholas Van Saberhagen helped him originally develop the first proof of work system for CryptoNote, which I think is very interesting. So even Nicholas Van Saberhagen himself was okay with proof of stake. So I know there's a lot. I'm not.
Well, listen, it's hybrid, right?
I'm not the guy. Yeah, it's hybrid, but they want to be proof of stake. Right? They're going
proof of stake only.
Right? So I am just the messenger here. I'm the dude who's interested in this tech, exploring it. I am not a decision maker by any means. I let the people much more intelligent than me tell us what we should be doing, and I listen. And but I do think it's. What I do bring to the table is this, encouraging people to always be open-minded and listen to what others are saying in the space, especially those that were part of the early days of CryptoNote. So I don't completely throw it out. I don't completely dismiss the proof of stake thing. I don't know. I hear the positive sides of it. I hear what I like about it is that potentially it could get rid of that 20-minute lock period that Monero has. I know that's a whole nother issue. But I don't completely dismiss proof of stake and potentially implementing it in some way in Monero. But we could, Bawdy, I'll let you say what you need to say, and then I think let's get Luke up here because obviously we want to hear what he has to say about these things.
The hardest part about proof of stake, there's two things. The first one is the distribution. Like, how do you make sure that you have a fair distribution? And some of the smartest guys in the room, DarkFi, tried to figure it out, and they said we can't. you have to start with proof of work. There's no other way to fairly distribute coin that we can think is better. And then the second part is the algorithm. How do you actually make a proof of stake algorithm that is provably fair over long periods of time and robustly fair? And that is doable. Ethereum did it. I know so many people hate Ethereum, but they fucking did it, and you can prove it with both math and modeling. They have a provably fair proof of stake implementation where if you have 0.1% of the coin of the total stake, you are expecting to get 0.1% of the rewards over long periods of time. So it can be done. The privacy part is harder, and tip of the hat to Xano for exploring that. Like, again, kind of like Tux mentioned earlier with Firo, right? You have these sort of
and they worked with Co to develop Zarkanium. I mean, Co is basically the one that developed it. And Nicholas van Sieberhagen worked with them, and even before that, just developing the first proof of stake implementation. So I do think it's interesting. Like you said, I agree with those issues, but I guess Monero doesn't have the first issue, right? Because it already has the distribution. It's already been distributed. So if you're adding some proof of stake element at this stage, you're overcoming that. You're avoiding that issue. It's just the second issue you're talking about, and just preserving the privacy of the stake, which seems to be doable given what Xano has implemented. But yeah, let's leave it at that for now, because we're literally going to continue on the same exact thread. Let's go ahead and run the special guest segment, bring up our special guest Luke, and if we could bring up the post that he made, the GitHub post, so that we can go through it, because I think he's kind of on mobile right now, so he's going to leave it up to us to kind of bring up the points in the post so he can touch upon each of them.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you so much, Bawdy, for coming up as always, covering the price in depth. Appreciate it.
Bawdy, please hang around on stage if you can as we talk to Luke. We'd love to have you be able to kind of throw your thoughts out there as well.
Yeah, if you have any good questions.
Will do.
All right, let's do it.
The Monerotopia guest segment is sponsored by Cake Wallet. Store, send, receive, and exchange your Monero and Bitcoin safely on iOS and Android too. Cake Wallet is open source, and you always control your own keys.
Alrighty, Luke, can you hear us?
Yeah, hello.
How's it going, man? Long time.
Thanks for jumping on.
Yeah, happy to. It's going well. It's been a bit. Stepped back some months ago, definitely decreased how much I contribute to the project since, but recently I've been getting a bit more and more involved with some of the discussions again.
All right, it's pulling you back in, man. The Monero saga continues, right? It's never boring, right? At least Monero has that going for it.
Right.
So
yeah, where should we start?
What has pulled you back in here? Why are you looking to contribute again to Monero? I mean, what do you see as being the issues here?
Well, I mean, I've always been around, and occasionally commenting. I think what got me into this topic so actively and started commenting on 51% issues was just how annoying all of the posts were, because there were a lot of posts and they were just like, oh, do we have to be concerned about this? Do we have to be concerned about this? And personally, it was to such a degree, I don't think that they were legitimate. I think people were just trying to say, oh, do we have to be concerned about this? To try and raise attention, but not raise attention as an issue, but as a promotional campaign. I mean, I believe almost all of this is a marketing campaign for another project, which is just attempting to parasite off of Monero in that regard. Go ahead.
And so even that being what it is, and even if you are correct, is that still an issue though?
I believe even by their own claims, they've only achieved 40% of hash power, which is definitely concerning and is a very scary number. But part of the great thing about that is if they have 40% of hash power, well, that means you can consider it as they have 40 units of hash power to the rest of the network's 60 units. In order for them to gain 50% control, not even 51%, just 50%, assuming that they aren't stealing miners, assuming miners are quote unquote switching sides, they would still have to increase their hash power by 50% to go from 40 units to 60 units. That would be 50% more hash power on their end, which is still a very large amount. Like, I don't think that they've demonstrated that they can 51% attack the network. I don't believe that is an immediate risk, but I believe that they've once again raised the discussion on how secure is proof of work and what are all of the issues and trade-offs with it, which is why we have this GitHub issue in front of us, which goes over the various alternative proposals we could consider and what those might look like in order to encourage discussion. Not because the knee-jerk reaction is, oh, proof of work is broken, we have to move immediately, run! But because if we can do better, we should always try to do better. And we don't know if we can do better if we aren't considering all of the options. So that's what this GitHub issue is. It's just spurred by recent events to discuss potential options. And at the very bottom of the issue, in my first post, is even the option, do nothing. We can just keep using proof of work. We can just improve the existing code base to be a bit faster and a bit more responsive and a bit less vulnerable to certain optimizations, annoyances, attacks, exploits, whatever you want to call them, that attackers can take advantage of or bad actors can take advantage of. But we don't have to change anything at this time. It's not like the network has actually been captured or is actively under attack. It's just always, how can we do better?
And I love that, right? I do think that is the silver lining here, and I love that the Monero community is appropriately responding. And I love that it pulled you in, and you're jumping in here because you want to make comments on this topic and help steer Monero in the proper direction. So what is your current take then? So given this list, and we'll get into all of them, I would like to get into all of them if we can. But let's just get right to it. Where do you stand here on this list? Are you of the mind? It sounds almost like you're just saying that you would kind of vote for, let's just keep things the way they are. Perhaps add some efficiencies like you're saying, but proof of work is working. Is that where you currently are?
No, I definitely wouldn't say that.
Okay.
I think there's two very notable proposals on the list of so far accumulated, and that would be adopting a Byzantine fault-tolerant finality layer, which is the second proposal there, along with the old issue created by Tevidor on requiring miners to run a full node.
Okay.
If you scroll down, it's the other one that has a link to it. Yes, that one.
Is that the one that Sec1 also was talking about, or that's different? Where he was saying
no. Sec1 was proposing miners have to sign their blocks. So if I'm mining to a pool right now, I just run a Monero miner, and the pool tells me which block to mine. Mm-hmm. But if I have to sign the block, and specifically the most common version of the proposal I've seen discussed is that I have to sign the block, which means I have the private key that is signing the block because I have to do the signing process. And yes, I could send the block hash to the mining pool, and they could send back the signature, and I could check if it beats the difficulty and is a successfully mined block, but that would use far too much bandwidth. So practically, you have to locally sign it and locally have the private key. And then for whatever private key signs the block, they have to get 10% of the block reward. So this means that whoever the miner is definitely gets 10%, and that further encourages solo mining. Because solo mining is completely unaffected, but pools prior expected to capture 100% of the block reward. Now they're only capturing 90% of the block reward, and they're less profitable. I don't like that proposal because I think it's too easy to avoid and get around. But I do appreciate this old issue by Tevidor on requiring miners locally run a node, because I do believe initially, I reviewed this, a year ago, and I didn't really think much about it. I forgot it even existed. And then I was reminded of it this morning, so I can't speak too much on it. I'm not here to say, oh, this is the path forward and this is great and perfect. No, we still have to have a discussion and properly consider it and fairly evaluate it.
Can I ask a question really quick before you move on to the running a node? So if you're going to penalize miners, would that also affect P2Pool, or would that only affect like larger centrally managed pools?
If you had to sign your own blocks, that would also affect P2Pools, because P2Pool would now only get 90% of the block reward, and whoever actually found the block would get 10%.
Is there any way to financially incentivize exclusively P2Pool in somewhat diminish centrally managed pools?
Well, that's what I was kind of getting to, is that if you have to run your own node via the method Tevador proposed, and at initial glance, I do believe Tevador's proposal would work and make sense. Well, now if miners have to run their own node, there's no reason not to use P2Pool. So that likely, I think it would promote P2Pool and get more people to switch over, because there's no longer a barrier to entry, because every miner already has to satisfy its requirements.
And so, just from my understanding, how would this come into play with the attack we're seeing from Cubic? This is more of a getting more people to use P2Pool, not necessarily.
Well, it's disincentivizing mining pools and requiring that miners run Monero nodes. So if any service is renting random X hash power, it could no longer be targeted for Monero, because you can no longer have random X hash power. You also need a Monero node, and someone would have to not sell random X hash power, but they would also have to sell random X hash power plus a Monero node that was able to keep up to date with it. It would likely further encourage usage of P2Pool, but it doesn't. This was proposed 3 years ago, and it wasn't proposed in response to the fact we currently have a mining pool that is not well contributing to the network and is making threats against it. And it was not proposed in response to this. And that's where this proposal gets tricky. Because yes, it promotes miners running their own nodes, it disincentivizes pools, and it promotes P2Pool. But at the same time, we may have existing miners who no longer participate if they simultaneously have to run a Monero node, depending on the requirements. Because if they have an entire mining farm and they just have to add one computer with a Monero node, I don't expect that would be an issue. But if you're an at-home miner who's mining Monero because you want to support the network, and we now require that you give up 120 gigabytes of disk space to run a Monero node, you might not have 120 gigabytes of disk space. So even if you want to mine and support the network, and even if you're currently doing that via a centralized pool, which probably is still better than nothing. If you're mining to an honest pool that has a minority of hash power, that's better than not doing anything at all. But those people, if they now also have to run a node, they may stop contributing their hash power. Whereas I don't know what miners the Cubic mining pool is composed of, but they may entirely be willing to run Monero nodes as necessary for this proposal. So it would shift hash power, and that's the question. Does it shift hash power in favor of miners who want to well contribute to Monero, or would it shift hash power in favor of our current adversary? Because the design goals of it are good, and 3 years ago it made sense, but as we discuss it now, there's this very realistic and practical issue where there's one mining pool with such a large amount of hash power, even if they have yet to get 51% or close to it.
So out of all these proposals, if one were to be implemented tomorrow, which one would have the strongest effect against what the current attack we're seeing with Cubic?
Oh, I think definitely the finality layer.
Okay, and that's your top choice right now?
Well, I wouldn't say that.
I know there's always nuance.
I mean, if we're discussing the current issues with mining pools, the finality layer would be the utmost solution for it. Because the interesting thing about the finality layer is that if it's sufficiently quick, if it's able to reach consensus every couple of minutes, which isn't unreasonable, it's very likely, it could prevent selfish mining. Selfish mining is where an adversary with a minority of hash power, less than 51% of hash power, but still enough hash power that they can successfully perform this attack, is they will mine a block, but they won't publish it. Because if they publish the block, everyone else will start mining on it. Instead, they just mine a block, they don't publish it, but then they start mining the block after it. So now everyone else is trying to mine, block 100, but this mining pool, which is keeping its blockchain secret, is already mining block 101. And the reason for that is now with all of the other mining pools finally mine block 100, but a minute later, the secret mining pool mines block 101, they'll immediately reorganize to this block 101, and the mining pool which mined in secret will get 2 block awards instead of only 1, because it kept insider information.
Okay.
So the reason this finality layer, if it was sufficiently quick, would stop selfish mining is because as soon as any block hit the network, it could potentially finalize it. So if you withhold a block or a set of blocks, those will no longer be seen by the finality layer, and the finality layer may finalize some other block. So even if you're selfish mining, and even if you mine a chain with more work in secret, the finality layer can say, you didn't publish these in time, they weren't finalized, we're not moving to them. The finality layer would also stop deep reorganizations. It would immediately enable replacing the 10 block lock with a finality block lock, where instead of waiting
I like that.
Right. Instead of waiting for 10 confirms, you just wait for the block to be finalized. And once it's finalized, all of the outputs within it would be spendable. And if the finality reaches...
What determines reaching finalization?
Just 1 second, and I'll get there. But
okay.
If the finality layer is quick enough, that could just be a 1 block lock. And if it was just a 1 block lock, in practice, we can just remove it at that point.
Oh my God, amazing.
So finality would be determined by the finality layer, which would be a dedicated group of validators who observe the proof of work blockchain. And when a proof of work block is mined, they would vote on it and issue a finalization. As for how we would select validators for this finality layer, we would presumably use some form of stake. And there are multiple definitions of stake possible, but in my opinion, the only reasonable definition is Monero. People stake Monero, and that is the basis of the finality layer. Now, the concern there is, of course, we don't know how much Monero exchanges have. And we don't know how much Monero, people from 10 years ago have, and we don't know the distribution of Monero. Because guess what? It's a privacy coin. We can't see any of that. So, as I was saying, with the proof of work proposal, where you have to run an existing Monero node, we don't immediately know how that would shift hash power. We just know it would shift hash power. At the same time, with this proof of stake finality layer, there's a lot of benefits, but we don't know exactly who would become the validators. And it would be very interesting to play out the fact that we have validators, but we can never actually observe them because the entire origin, source of funds, actual amounts is completely private thanks to Monero.
Hey, maybe the exchanges would stop fractionally reserving Monero in that case, finally.
Well, if we did have a finality layer, we would require actually staking Monero. So if an exchange did stake their Monero, they may not be able to facilitate withdrawals because the Monero they're staking could be time locked.
Yeah.
I mean, something like that would definitely cause upward create upward pressure on the price as well, which, whether or not you care about price, obviously that goes towards security as well, right? If you have a higher price, that arguably makes things more secure as well, right?
I'm not here to comment on if or how it would affect the price. That's not my field. I'm not a financial advisor. Go talk to your own about that.
Well, from a technical standpoint, right? If people are staking and holding, it's forcing holding, right?
Please go talk to your own
Bawdy,
financial advisor. I am not one. This is not financial advice.
Bawdy's our token financial advisor. Bawdy, please.
Don't worry, I got you.
I mean,
back.
price is part of the system, right? So, I mean, to ignore the fact that a price exists, I think, I understand you don't want to talk about it for legal reasons, but it is in fact part of the system of what Monero is. Bawdy.
It's not just the legal reasons. I also do have to concede it's not my field of expertise, and I don't personally care that much.
Okay. But if price going up were to be in effect, that would also have a positive effect on the security of the network. Is that fair to say?
I mean, I guess so. Yeah, price going up is going to encourage more hash rate, right? So there'll be more security just for the proof of work aspect. Right. And then you get, if these exchanges and if these sort of institutions now have an incentive to not attack the network and they're going to get some sort of rewards, yeah, you could theoretically say that, or hypothetically say that, they're going to be more interested in helping to secure the chain as opposed to acting poorly. And yeah, I mean, maybe that gives them enough buy-in. I don't know.
Right, and then it also becomes more profitable to mine Monero.
Implementation details matter. Actually, Luke, I wanted to ask you, so if hypothetically there was going to be some sort of proof of stake and a lock time, aren't we getting rid of the lock time? Isn't that like one of the big things leaving with the next hard fork?
Yep.
So we kind of have to would that have to get redesigned? Like, is the current locking mechanism not that great, and so it needs to be redesigned if we were going to do a finality layer?
Right. So, I'm so sorry if I didn't tell you about this before, but the finality layer would be a hard fork, and we would have to make changes for it. No, I'm joking. But yeah, the existing time lock mechanism, it's being removed for a few reasons. The first of all is that it's not private. I mean, that's a very obvious statement. If you put a time lock on chain, everyone can see the time lock. And that means that your transactions can be fingerprinted. That's less of an issue with full chain membership proofs because, with full chain membership proofs, you make one hop and you're completely fine again. But yeah, the fact that transactions can be fingerprinted is never great because that allows identifying, none of these wallets allow you to make time locked outputs. So if this transaction exists with the time lock on chain, the user who published it must be using this wallet. And if we can somehow identify, what IP address published it, then we know what wallet this household is using. There's all of these reasons that we always want transactions to appear uniform on the blockchain itself. The next issue is performance reasons. It was possible to create a bomb where you create over 1,000 blocks. You just fill each block with time lock outputs that all unlock on the exact same block. So now when we get to block 1 million, instead of having, 1,000 blocks at 2 minutes each to add all of these outputs to the chain, when we hit block 1 million, we have to immediately add 1,000 blocks of output, 1,000 blocks of outputs to the database and process them all at once. And that just allowed, there is a risk where you can create so many time locked outputs, it takes more than 2 minutes to add them to the blockchain. Which would mean that it takes more than, the block time to process a block, which is problematic. Then the other thing was, it was just complexity, and there was no well-established use for time locks. The best use advocated was, what if I'm financially irresponsible and want to make sure I don't use my Monero early? There are other solutions for that. You don't have to use the on-chain time locks. There are cryptographic solutions for that. There are trusted setup solutions for that in the sense of, trusted execution environments by like Intel, AMD, ARM. There's probably a lawyer who will do that for you as a service. There's probably a safe you can bury underneath a tree. There's various other solutions. Like the complexity of the feature was not worth it for what minimal benefit it offered. Like it didn't benefit, say, atomic swaps at all. So I did make a GitHub issue to add a support for a payment channel network to Monero, where we would have to agree on a competent design and then make the relevant changes to support it. And as part of that, I detailed a new time lock scheme that was private, did not allow creating these, computational bombs where you could get a node to take several minutes to process a single block, and was of reasonable performance impact. I think it would have made every membership proof about 50% slower. And that's not great, but if it was necessary and offered sufficient benefit, it would be worth it. So we do have a private time lock proposal of acceptable performance impact we could adopt to facilitate the finality layer.
Nice.
Interesting. So like we could even see, hypothetically, if designed right, you could see an enhanced ability to do a payment channel network simultaneous with the finality layer. Like they might sort of overlap somewhat. Is that correct?
Yeah. Is it Tux you're screen sharing, or is it Doug who's pulling up the GitHub issues?
Sorry, it's me. I'm screen sharing.
Yeah, Tux, would you mind going to the issues? I think it's going to be like fifth down on the MRL list. It's just going to be PCN. No, if you go to the actual research lab issues, like the full list of issues. Add explicit support for a worthwhile PCN design, middle of the screen.
That's interesting that making the time locks non-transparent consumes that much additional compute resources.
Well, my proposal for it was to embed it into the output. So right now, outputs are of the form of just a private key scaling a generator, which is a bastardization of elliptic curve cryptography terminology. Please forgive me. But basically, it's just a number times another number. With SCMP++, we're transforming outputs to be a number times a number plus a number times a number, where for all existing outputs, the second number is just 0, because, a number times a number plus 0 is equivalent to a number times a number. The way I propose time locks in this issue is just to add in a third pair of numbers, where now outputs are a number times a number plus a number times a number plus a number times a number. And with that, we could embed a time lock data or a time lock specification into the output. And when we do the membership proof, we can strip it out and verify that it's satisfied.
Going back to the list. So finality layer we just spoke about. So is that the only option you see that could potentially would get rid of the 10 block lock? In addition to obviously bolstering us against 50% attack.
I asked Tux to pull this up just because if they kept scrolling past all of the math, it did make it clear we don't just need a time lock for a PCN. We would have needed other features. This is just the first step of the puzzle. But if Tux does want to pull up the table again.
Tux, if you just go back to the table.
I'm sorry, we keep pulling Tux in a tug of war. Yeah. There's a dedicated column for allows reducing the 10 block lock. And the finality layer allows replacing it with the finality lock. And if that's sufficiently low, then practically we could remove it entirely. And then none of the others do, except one of them is labeled maybe, which is going to be checkpointing onto a larger network. Basically, every time we mine a Monero block, we could publish it to Ethereum. And then when you sync a Monero node, you sync an Ethereum node. And instead of looking for the Monero blockchain with the most proof of work, you'll look for the Monero blockchain first indexed by Ethereum with valid proof of work. So someone can make a larger proof of work blockchain, but you wouldn't reorganize to it because Ethereum would be used to say, no, this blockchain came later, do not reorganize to it. The first blockchain that was valid and existed is whichever one Ethereum saw first.
And so
I love
do you
and hate this idea.
Yeah, do you see
For this
that
reason
as,
exactly on the right.
Like
as
it's strong, but yeah, fuck.
Well, I mean, it would still have to be a valid Monero blockchain. It just means that if Ethereum reorganizes, Monero does. But what are the odds Ethereum reorganizes? Am I right?
Yeah, that's a huge attack. You're not going to be able to attack both Monero and Ethereum simultaneously like that. I mean, okay, hypothetically.
Well, that's the thing. You just have to do any reorg because you don't need the longest proof of work Monero chain. You just need a valid proof of work Monero chain.
So, Luke, what is your overall take on that option? Do you see that as a
No, I don't think we're ever going to adopt it. I don't think the community is ever going to support seeking a 1 terabyte Ethereum node in order to use Monero. I believe the community believes itself too sovereign and independent and ideological to move forward with that. And I don't say that to be dismissive or rude. I just say it very factually. I don't believe the Monero community at large would want to give up its quote-unquote sovereignty. It's why I said in the issue, it makes us a quote-unquote vassal to the Bitcoin or Ethereum empire, because it would be replacing our consensus. Like, yes, the Monero blockchain decides what is a valid Monero block, but we would use Bitcoin or Ethereum to decide the best Monero block and be subject to their consensus. And I just don't think...
Yeah, it hurts us a lot. In a political sense, it hurts us a lot. Like, you can already see the memes. Like, it effectively declares, oh, we can't do it on our own. We need Bitcoin, and then just cue the maxis, right? Just pouring in. Like, it's not viable for us.
Even if we get past the political sense, but I don't think we have to. Like, I think we can acknowledge this will never get political support because we'll never get political support unless one of us wants to fork Monero into a $0 weird 1 week old exchange only microcap. Like, there's no point in discussing anything that won't be politically supported. That's the unfortunate truth about development in some communities, is like, even if you have great technical ideas, and while the community generally frequently goes for these great technical ideas, that's why we have these issues, there will be some ideas where even if you believe they are technically optimal, the community would rather die than accept them. And if that's the case, you just have to accept that and look for the next best idea, because the only ideas that are actually good are the ones that have a chance of being implemented. Now, I'm sorry if I'm trashing people a bit too much here. I don't actually think this is a good idea. I don't actually think it is. I just want to say, like, it would never get off the ground politically, and because of that, we don't even have to spend too much time discussing it. But also, yeah, I believe we should be able to independently manage our consensus, because we can define our consensus to be what's best for us, but we can never have Ethereum define its consensus to be what's best for us. And obviously, like, if we use Ethereum now, we don't have to stay with Ethereum. We could tomorrow move to Ethereum for consensus, and a month later do our own consensus again. We can choose. But yeah, I do believe that we are competent and able enough to build our own solutions, and I believe we can find better solutions, such as the proof of stake finality layer, because that's effectively what Ethereum would be. Ethereum would just be a finality layer. You publish a block onto Ethereum, it's the first one that's observed, it's valid. And it's using Ethereum's proof of stake consensus in order to agree on which block appeared first. If we do a proof of stake finality layer, it's about the exact same thing. It's just we decide who the validators are instead of using the Ethereum validators. And there are trade-offs to that, but I think it will be better in the long run.
It's cleaner, like, in the sense of system design. It's a more appropriate architecture that's, like, self-contained. And it, like, in an idealistic sense, you would say, hey, either we can design a system that's robust internally, or we can't, right? Like, that's like, and again, in an ideological sense, to have to rely on another network to sort of, like, keep things from going awry, that's that's not as ideal as you would prefer. So if it's an option that that could reasonably plausibly help, then it should probably be explored first.
Yeah, and that's why it's in the list, but I don't actually think it's worth too much further discussing, because we can include it and we can discuss it for 5 minutes and we can see why it isn't a good option and we can move on.
Now, how about other, hybrid proof of work, proof of stake systems? I know the finality layer is a type of one, but something like what Xano's doing. How about those? Is that somewhere? Where is that on this list?
That's under multiple block production algorithms, because as I understand it, Xano is just using proof of stake to decide who can produce a block, and they're not actually achieving Byzantine fault-tolerant consensus with it, at least not any more than Nakamoto consensus is allegedly Byzantine fault-tolerant.
So what is your take on that as an option?
I'm not a fan. I think protocols which have multiple ways to produce a block, like multiple proof of work algorithms, have consistently been attacked and failed to work successfully. I'm not saying Xano hasn't done a good design. I'm not saying Xano isn't better off for their design. I'm just saying that I don't support multiple algorithms to produce a block, because I believe it is going to lead to more complexity and problems than benefit.
Okay.
And if I'm understanding correctly, the worst that could happen with a finality layer like this is that if there's some sort of split or malicious, you say 34% of stake is offline or malicious, that's just delaying the finality of a block. It's not like we're not producing blocks. It's not like we're getting 51% reorged. It's more so that we're just not getting finality.
Right.
For the period where the finality hasn't been closed, you could still hypothetically reorg in that sense.
Right. And the other thing, of course, I'll note is one of the reasons I don't like proof of stake for block production is because we're biting the bullet on proof of stake, but it doesn't give us finality. And if we don't have finality, I'm like, why are we biting the social bullet of proof of stake, but not actually getting the benefit? Don't get me wrong, they might argue that it's harder to attack and harder to do reorgs, and that practically it allows reducing the 10 block lock. But right, if the finality layer is compromised, it would just stall finality. But that has the side effect of if we move from the 10 block lock to a finality block lock, that all new outputs wouldn't be spendable for as long as the finality layer is offline, even if the blockchain does technically keep ticking. And also, you should not handle transactions in those blocks because they could be reorged out, and everyone should move to just handling finalized blocks.
Okay, yeah, that was kind of my follow-up question there, because I see you have listed as no under multi-block production algorithms for allows reducing 10 block lock, but
it changes the analysis.
Could.
It doesn't fundamentally change which analysis we perform. We would still do the math on what percent of hash power you need for what likelihood of a reorg. And here it would no longer be what percentage of hash power, it would be what percentage of hash power or what percent of stake or which combinations of the two. But the math is very similar. And we can argue it's practically much more difficult, and I'm sure the Xano guys can tell me I'm wrong, and here's all the reasons why. It is a new analysis, but that doesn't change. It's not introducing any sense of finality. It's just making reorgs, if anything, more difficult and potentially a 10 block lock to, an 8 block lock or a 6 block lock.
Okay. We do have an XMRChat logically minded tipped $1. I like the finality layer proposal. It is similar to the design adopted by eCash, Bitcoin Cash Fork, founded by Amory Secht at Deadlinks, BCH founder, and after Bitcoin Cash got 51% attacked. It'd be great to have it on the show. Yeah, I don't know, Luke. Are you familiar with that implementation?
I am not familiar with eCash's design of a finality layer. I most remember Zcash's design of a finality layer, for which we obviously would have a lot of similar goals. Zcash has been doing their own work on such technology for the past year or two. I think largely because they do have a mining pool, which is so far benevolent as far as I know, but does have 51% or more than that. I'm not sure if they still do, but that at least was the case at the time. So they had a much more urgent need for it. But I do know that Zcash has been working on this problem and has done a lot of great research and development on it. And that's the one I'm most aware of.
Okay. And are there things to be learned, implemented from what the work you're doing with Sarai that would kind of come into play here with the finality layer?
Yeah, it's actually a humorous anecdote I give 2/3 of the way down the post when I comment on the finality layer.
Yeah, I think I saw
Sarai
this
actually does operate a finality layer. The Sarai code base, when it indexes Monero, it sees that a Monero block has 10 confirms and it starts to handle it. And the first thing it does to handle it is it talks to all of the other Monero validators for Sarai, and it makes sure that they all agree on it in a Byzantine fault-tolerant process. And only once they agree on it, and that they agree that this is the only Monero block that they'll handle, do they move forward with actually handling it. And then the Sarai nodes will refuse to reorganize off of a block that Sarai has finalized. So Sarai does internally have a finality layer, and honestly, a lot of the cryptography and development done for the Sarai code base could be applicable to a finality layer for Monero. I propose a way to have private stake transactions. We arguably don't need them to be private because, FCMPs, you just make one more hop, arguably. But if we do want private stake transactions, we would have to encrypt whether or not a transaction is a stake transaction or not. So that when validators rotate, they can decrypt the sum of the stake transactions. And that way they can find out how much total stake is in the system. So they wouldn't decrypt any individual stake, assuming that they're honest. But for stake transactions, they would decrypt the total stake. Or if they're malicious, then yes, they could decrypt staking transactions alone. They could not do anything to normal transactions other than identify them as non-staking transactions. But in order for that to happen, the validator set would have to create a threshold decryption key. And my work on Sarai has a proposal for a scheme that would be really, really great in that slot.
Awesome. Well, that's a nice coincidence there. So what do you see as kind of being the odds that we do move forward with one of these proposals? Obviously, finality layer seems like top choice here, but if not that, something else. How real is this becoming, and how long would it potentially take to implement something like a finality layer?
I do think the finality layer is the best long-term goal, and that we could get prototypes up quite quickly. But to actually get something robust for use case and to get the community on board and to get it integrated and shipped is a much longer process, and it would be a couple of years. I think Tevdor's proposal could likely be done much more quickly, but it's arguably too much of a risk given our current distribution of pools right now. Like if no pool had more than 25-30%, and we knew that like 80 to 90% of hash power could run their own node and carry over, which we could see we could see that just by P to pool getting 51% of hash power. If P to pool had 51% of hash power, I don't think there would be an issue with adopting Tevdor's proposal. But factually, right now, P to pool does not have 51% of hash power. And because of that, we don't know how much hash power will run their own nodes and carry over. So I think Tevdor's proposal would be a lot quicker to implement, but it may be too unstable to do right now, when it could tip the scales away from the larger mining pools or directly into them.
At what point do you think we need to become more vigilant than we already are at this stage, where it's goes from code yellow to code red?
I think right now we already have a mining pool with 40% of hash power, and as I said, that's a very scary number. But it's still, they would have to get 50% more hash power than they currently have, assuming no one switches sides. So I think what we're currently doing in discussing options is good. I do wish that we had started this discussion earlier, because obviously we're starting the clock now. If it takes 2 years to develop a solution, it takes 2 years. If we started the discussion earlier, but I think even on past conversations I've had with you, Doug, I've said I think like Monero would ideally adopt a proof of stake layer. It's just I don't think the community would ever go for it. And I think it's only now because of this and because of the increased vigilance we have in response that we are finally discussing a potential proof of stake layer with positive reception, with openness to the idea.
So I know you're saying something like Trevor's solution is probably not wise to implement right now, but I'm also hearing you saying, even if things do get more dire, it's going to take at least 2 years to implement the finality layer. So would there have to be some kind of interim solution we do, something that we do to kind of thwart things, or at that point we just have to see how things play out, how the game theory plays out?
Yeah, the Monero project isn't going to get a hard fork within the next month, and there isn't going to be, unless there was truly an absolute emergency, aliens are invading, the Monero project isn't going to get a hard fork in the next month. And honestly, I think the only solution we could discuss within that immediate in a time frame is using Ethereum, because we technically could write such a solution in a few weeks. That doesn't make it a good solution. That doesn't make it worthwhile. It just acknowledges it's possible. But when we're discussing a reasonably deployed hard fork and proper discussion around it, we haven't even started shipping binaries for the FCMP++ hard fork. And because of that, we could include consensus changes in there. And maybe Tevador's proposals would be efficient enough, because Tevador already did a proof of concept. Maybe they would be efficient enough to implement. We could shove it in there, but that would still be multiple months out. And that requires the community and the developers in the project agree now it's worth doing. But as I said, it would shake up the scales, and we don't know how it would shake up the scales, which is a very big impact. And unless P2Pool has a much larger percent of hash power, as in P2Pool is the top mining pool, and we know that hash power will carry because everyone on P2Pool does run their own node, I'm not sure we can reasonably safely recommend it.
So everybody turn on your miners. That seems to be the best option right now. Row. Just gotta row through the storm here. I don't know, Bawdy, Tux, you guys got any other things you want to bring up on this topic? And then I wanted to ask Luke, while we have him before he goes, just kind of his latest take on full chain membership proof progress, and I think we saw the testnet alpha is getting implemented. But before we move on to that, anything else on this topic?
I was curious about the TEE block templating. I noticed it's been crossed out and withdrawn due to fundamental issues. My thought on that was, I know TEEs are inconsistent across platforms, and I imagine a lot of mining platforms might not even have TEEs. Is that part of the reason why it was withdrawn, or is it totally unrelated to that?
Yeah, so it was a very interesting idea. It was basically, obviously malicious miners can exist.
Yes.
And what if we use TEEs, which are not perfect? They are broken frequently. But there's different levels to it. Most frequently, only their confidentiality is broken. So you can peek inside the box. To break their integrity, to make the box do something other than what it's supposed to, that is different. And that happens less often. So the proposal was, can we use the integrity of a TEE, which is broken less frequently, but is still occasionally broken, to have most Monero nodes, most of the time, not behave maliciously. Like, yes, they still can behave maliciously, but only if they can break their TEE, which maybe happens once every year or so for integrity. For confidentiality, it's much more frequent. And if the TEE is broken, they don't get control of the network. It's just back where we are today. So that was what the proposal was. Can we use a TEE to try to force people to behave honestly most of the time? And if the TEE is broken, like it could be about once a year, once every 2 years, specifically for integrity, we're just back where we started. No harm, mostly no foul. Unfortunately, there were two different issues that kind of killed it. The first one was a network topology issue. You basically had to be directly connected to every miner. Because if you're indirectly connected to a miner, if you have, 1,000 nodes between the two of you, then using those 1,000 nodes in the middle, the attacker can slow them down or speed them up. So they can make the 1,000 nodes take, 10 hours to get a message across, or it can make it only take 1 second to get a message across. And because the TEE will ensure that messages do get delivered and that they are fairly handled, that doesn't change that a miner or an adversary who can delay it by 10 minutes or 10 years can still effectively turn off receiving messages and ensure that they never get transactions, and therefore just mine empty blocks as much as they want. So that was one issue, and the only real solution is to directly connect to miners, because if you're directly connected to miners, you can make sure that they're handling your messages without taking, 10 years to do so, that they are responding in just a few seconds, and that they are receiving your broadcasted transactions and are handling them. Not just that they will receive them and will handle them at whatever time they want to. The other issue was how fundamentally it doesn't stop 51% attacks. And because it doesn't stop 51% attacks, it kind of helps when you only have a minority of hash power. But if you have a minority of hash power, none of these attacks matter anyways. If you have a minority of hash power, you can't censor transactions. Yes, you can mine empty blocks, but eventually there will be a block you don't mine, and the block you don't mine will include transactions once again. So we don't need all of this complexity for solving a problem that already is just an annoyance and not a fundamental issue. It does potentially gain relevance again if we do have a proof-of-stake finality layer. If we have a proof-of-stake finality layer, then we do stop the 51% case, which is the side that the TEEs couldn't handle. And then potentially the TEE still makes sense just to build a fairer and more secure network. But it wasn't perfect, and it's not worth the complexity at this time because of issues identified by and in discussion with Justin Berman, who was really critical in breaking it down.
Yeah, I have a question about, right now we're seeing Cubic mine empty blocks, and how much discussion has been had about how that could break dynamic blocks, and if any countermeasures might need to be taken there?
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't personally have commentary on dynamic blocks. I mean, obviously, people are tracking how many blocks Cubic is mining and the impact. I know it's alleged that they're trying selfish mining. I've heard Sec1 comment that they've lost more blocks trying to play the system than they've won blocks. Like, they're not actually doing it well or properly or profitably, according to Sec1. But I can't comment too much on the dynamic block considerations personally. Sorry.
That's fine. It's just kind of a stray realization that these empty blocks are going to affect the dynamic block calculation for sure.
We do have some super chats. Libertad tip $10. Thank you, very generous. Shout out to Luke. He's the best. Super glad to see him continuing to stay engaged with the project and the community. His technical contributions can't be overstated, but I appreciate him engaging with the community to help explain these complex topics for sure, for sure. More than explain. contributing and giving the ideas that we need in these moments. So yeah, Luke, obviously, we all thank you and appreciate you coming on the show actually to talk to us out in the open.
Thank you.
Another super chat here. Shortwave surfer tip 10 cents. How do we incentivize P2Pool? Yelling, please use P2Pool clearly doesn't work. Any ideas? I believe this was discussed, right? As
Right. If we adopted Tabador's proposal to effectively require miners have a Monero node, well, that's probably the biggest barrier to entry to P2Pool now is that you have to have a Monero node. So if we require all miners have a Monero node, suddenly there's no reason not to use the mining pool, which requires that. But that would throw all the hash power in a jar and shake it really, just shake it all over and see what percent happens to fall out and where, which is the issue with adopting that proposal right now.
I have some dubious speculation or proposition here. It would be something along the lines that anything which increases complexity or difficulty of running, of mining, is either going to cause hash rate to centralize into pools or cause us to lose hash rate. Like anything that increases complexity on the user facing side is going to do one of those two things.
Right. Here, the concern is that it would cause us to lose hash rate, and the concern is who will be left standing.
Guys, anything else on this topic? Otherwise, I'd like to get Luke's take on the latest with full chain membership proofs. And then we can run a viewers on stage. I don't know if Luke can stick around, but people will jump up, and I'm sure we'll continue to discuss the these proposals here. So I guess I'll go ahead, Luke. Can you provide us any your take on where we're at with full chain membership proofs and how things are looking?
Yeah. So step back several months ago, and haven't been the most up to date since. But obviously, there's a testnet starting soon. The performance is looking really good. We recently held a contest to optimize the Helioselene library in the divisors library. The Helioselene library is the low-level cryptography that the entire full chain membership proof is built on. So I think we got 20 to 30% performance there, which means the entire scheme should be 20 to 30% faster. Really great, worth the money. And then for the divisors library, that's used for provers. And that actually was sped up 30 times, which is really incredible for us. So now proving full chain membership proofs should be much, much faster. So yeah, all moving forward, testnet soon. Wallets integrated well enough, we can actually discuss that. It's something I'm very excited about.
Fantastic. So what's current timeline, would you say, with actual full chain membership proofs going live at this point?
I would say I'm not the best person to ask about that.
I gotta ask the questions. I gotta throw them.
No, it's all good.
All right. So yeah, this is we covered a lot as always, Luke. I greatly appreciate you taking the time to be on today. It does feel it does. Monero is constantly under attack. Here we are. We're excited about full chain membership proofs. We've never been closer than we are right now. Everything seems to be working out with that. And then, bam, we're getting hit with this other issue here, now having to bolster the network against 51% attacks. And I'm sure once we achieve that and fix that, there'll be something else. Maybe quantum attacks will be the next thing. Who knows? I know you've been very vocal about that. Is there anything you want to mention about that? I mean, is that what do you see as kind of Monero's biggest issues right now? Obviously, I think you'd probably put this 51% attack thing at the top of your list. But yeah, how are you currently ordering things in your mind in terms of how we keep moving forward with Monero and kind of increasing our odds of success?
Yeah, obviously we can say 51% attacks are a very immediate concern because someone is trying to force the issue and acting very important despite the fact they have yet to force the issue and have yet to demonstrate that they could force the issue. But they're generating enough noise and enough marketing campaigns about it that we're discussing it. So obviously that's a very current topic. But one of the things I called for after full chain membership proofs was actually a hold on future elliptic curve cryptography development. I think with full chain membership proofs, what we'll see is that the privacy is good enough, the speed is good enough, and the features are likely good enough for the relevant time span that we should move to the development of post-quantum technology. Because the thing about post-quantum technology is we will have some years to do it, but it will take some years to do. By the time someone does announce a quantum computer that can't yet break Monero, but can break Monero in 2 years, by the time someone actually does have a real world demonstration and starts breaking smaller elliptic curves that might have been used, in the 80s, it will be too late to move forward and develop post-quantum technology for when quantum computers that can break Monero's current cryptography exists. So it's something that even if we don't see the threat directly in front of us, even if we see it out on the horizon and we don't know when it will get here, it's something we have to have ready by the time it gets here. And that's the very tricky and annoying thing about it, which is why I called for holding future elliptic curve development and moving to post-quantum development. And obviously that might not be true. If we have to do the private time lock scheme, then we will be modifying the full chain membership proofs to incorporate time locks, and that could enable the finality layer, which may be more pressing of an issue. But yeah, I think long term, we should be discussing both a proof of stake finality layer and we should be discussing post-quantum cryptography. One of the things I actually really like about my proposal for the consensus algorithm for the proof of stake finality layer is that it does only use post-quantum cryptography within itself, because it's solely predicated on hash functions. It's not predicated on elliptic curve signatures or anything. And because of that, we wouldn't have to rewrite it in 5 years if a quantum computer comes around.
Two birds with one stone.
Mm-hmm. It's also just independently a really great proposal. They use hash functions alone and they note it's for the performance of it. But it also, as a byproduct, offers post-quantum security.
Fantastic. We do have a comment here. Luke, Tevador's proposal can be done if it requires only the transaction plus block hashes. That's about 7 gigabytes of storage needed. I don't know if you're understanding that.
Yeah, I don't actually immediately know what data Tevador proposed hashing or the final results. I can try to, on the disk-based, I can try to pull it up. But my comment was more what Bawdy said earlier, is that any complications to the mining process will either encourage pools or encourage less miners. And here, this doesn't encourage pools. The entire point is to discourage pools, so it runs the risk of less miners. And if you're saying it's not 120 gigabytes, it's 7 gigabytes, yes, that might be a lot more accessible, but there's still the risk of it putting all the miners in a bag, shaking it up, and seeing what falls out, and we don't know what will fall out where.
Alrighty. All right.
But thanks for the correction or potential. I'll have to look that up and see what's up.
All right. Yeah, I don't know if anybody's been paying attention to the Monero Research Lab this morning. I don't know if there's anything new coming out of that from, other than what we're talking about here right now live. I assume there's no new insights given the cubic attack stuff. But if anybody wants to jump up on stage and talk about this more, you're welcome and encouraged to. Luke, I don't know if you're able to stick around. Actually, we got to run the news segment first. If you can stick around, great. If you can't, we understand. And yeah, once again, greatly appreciate you taking the time to come on here and talk to us. And I'd love to see that you're involved as always. So
I can probably stick around another half hour or so.
Okay. Tux, what do you think? Should we run the news?
It's up to you. We can, if Luke only has half an hour, maybe we can jump to having more people ask questions if he's.
All right,
willing
let's try to do a quick viewers. Maybe will quicken the pace of viewers on stage as well. We could bring people up. Anybody that wants to come up and chat about this issue and ask Luke a question. Let's go ahead and run the viewers. Make sure you run the new clip, by the way. I think we ran the old clip last week.
Scanning for it.
It should be the first video.
Yes, you are correct. All right, let's do it.
The Monerotopia Viewers on Stage segment is sponsored by XMR Bar. Play dice with Monero using a privacy-respecting and provably fair algorithm. Go to XMR.bar. As always, verify and never trust.
Please gamble responsibly in accordance with the laws of your jurisdiction.
All right. Thank you, Luke, for sticking around a little bit longer. I'll go ahead and pull anyone else up who is in the backstage. We've got a few people here. We've got Laskedon, of course. We've got Bozo the Clown. We've got Uber Blue and Elias.
Sorry for shifting your schedule. Thanks for accommodating me. And thanks for inviting me, Doug. I'm really happy to be here and help out with the community anywhere I can.
Awesome, man. Yeah, open invitation, as you know. Yeah, so anybody who's up here now, do you guys have things you want to ask Luke or just bring up in general with regards to what we're seeing with Cubic and these proposals to bolster Monero against the 51% attack?
One big question. So I've wondered a lot, and one of the most interesting things, you've said a lot of interesting things, Luke, is about how you have a certain expertise and it doesn't go beyond that. One thing I've always wondered about is the zero confirmation wallet transfer, because when I've seen it in practice, it comes down to sometimes people showing you hey, look, I sent it, look at me, I sent it, and they're showing you their phone. But why can't they see it on their own phone? Why can't they just create the transaction, send it to someone else's phone, and upload it to whatever node they want to? Let the other person upload the node, and then that takes the zero confirmation transfer. What do you think about that?
I think you're describing a payment channel. Like literally, you make a transaction and you send it to their node. I think that's a payment channel. No, but I think a more realistic comment and practical comment is beyond payment channels, which is their own very deep discussion. I don't personally support zero conf. I don't believe it's secure. I understand, like, you can say, oh, from a store point of view, like they have accommodations for counterfeit bills, for, you know, it's not called slippage, is it? It's shrinkage. Shrinkage for any products that get damaged, lost, go missing, shoplifters. And I understand zero conf can be factored into all of that. Like, oh, if this person does double spend to get their coffee money back, that's just part of doing business. But zero conf isn't something I personally support or have an interest in. I think if you were to do it, payment channels would work. And I think it's the way you're discussing how, you know, sending a transaction to a node, I think that's basically the premise of payment channels. But my other comment is if we have a proof of stake layer that's sufficiently quick, in the long term, we could discuss replacing proof of work entirely for just the proof of stake network. Under the proof of stake finality layer proposal, the proof of work network does two things. One, it simplifies consensus, because now instead of trying to, you know, agree on an entire new block and a list of transactions, we're just agreeing on effectively block A or block B. You know, we don't have 100 blocks appear at once, but we might have 100 transactions appear at once. The other thing it does is it just handles the distribution of new coins a bit. Obviously, proof of work stays around for that reason. But in the long-term future, like 5 to 10 years, we could move entirely to proof of stake. And if we did move entirely to proof of stake, we could look at very, very low block times on the scale of just a few seconds. And if we did successfully get block times down to just a few seconds, I think all of this would kind of become irrelevant. The other option would be kind of like instant send, where a transaction isn't included on chain, but the proof of stake layer does guarantee eventually it will be included on chain. So there's kind of a few different ways to handle instant transactions, whether it be the instant send idea that was at least popularized by Dash. I don't know if they came up with it, or payment channels or just reducing block times to seconds, but various options.
Insightful. Thank you very much. I'll let the next person ask.
Yeah, happy to help.
Yeah, actually, Luke, a question came to mind, unrelated to all this, but other very, relevant news and happenings. The Tornado Cash ruling. Have you? I don't know if you have an eye on that. What your reaction is to that? I mean, obviously, you're a Monero developer. You're a developer of Sarai. What's kind of your reaction to the fact that Roman Storm was found guilty of operating an unlicensed money transmitting business? But by way of being a developer of open source software.
I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. You should contact a lawyer in your jurisdiction for the laws in your jurisdiction. Thank you for asking.
Do you have any reaction to it though? Is there any?
I don't personally believe developers should ever be put in jail for writing code to benefit the public, even if it benefits bad actors to some degree. I believe anyone who wants to contribute to the public, and I do believe privacy is in the public interest, should not be. I mean, it's kind of like the thing where if you go to give CPR on someone, and by giving CPR, you save their life but break a rib, you don't get arrested for assault. You gave them CPR. You were trying to do a good thing. It's a Good Samaritan law. And I think between that and free speech laws in the United States, I feel like a lot of this is ridiculous. But I can't comment on the actual law and legalities, only my personal opinion on if it's right or not.
Of course. And what, to those that are, a little apprehensive developers who are like, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't, work on this project or that project. What do you have any advice or things to say to them, or you rather not comment on that?
Yeah, I can't really give legal advice or anything that might be considered close to it. I'm not going to tell people what to do, unfortunately.
Understood. I mean, I would hope that developers don't see this news and shy away from contributing to important projects like Monero and things like Sarai and, a lot of these other tools. I hope that we don't see a chilling effect. Would be the message I would want to put out there. Guys, anything else for Luke that you wanna ask why we have him? I see some other people up here.
Sorry, just pulled Laskanov back up. I guess he got stuck in the backstage.
Yeah, I have the back button on my mouse. I should probably switch mouses for this show because it happens a lot. So I had a question that I wouldn't be surprised if somebody has been talking about. I just haven't been available to follow the conversation as deeply as I usually try to, but with things like DarkFi or other people that are planning on doing full merge mining, what effect could that have on this idea of consuming such a large percentage of the mining? So basically, I'm thinking, what about in terms of just having other projects contribute even more to mining?
Right. Yeah. I mean, this was commented earlier, where the fact is if Monero's price goes up, then the security budget goes up. If other projects merge mine with Monero and add additional rewards for mining Monero, then Monero's effective security budget goes up. And generally, we all agree a bigger security budget is better. But that doesn't change that if we have a bigger security budget, that doesn't directly incentivize any pool over another. It just incentivizes putting in more hash power. So yes, a bigger security budget is generally better. I'm not entirely actually sure how much it will change things here. Because if now we have a pool getting 40% of the existing budget, and then that budget becomes larger and they just get 40% of that and have all that more funds available to distribute and pay people out with, they may maintain the same percentage overall. But in general, yeah, merge mining is beneficial to Monero.
So about my super chat earlier, I was asking if there's any way to incentivize P2 pool. I know that Tevador's proposal is not a good idea as of right now, just because we don't know what kind of shakeup it would have to the hash power and stuff like that. Is there any
It
other
may
way?
not be a good idea, and that's the risk.
Right. Is there any other ways you can think of besides yelling, please use P2Pool? Because that clearly doesn't work, and we can't use Tevador's right now. Is there any other ways you could possibly think of that we could further get P2Pool's hash rate up?
No, I personally, I think it is just going to be about quality community outreach and trying to make it more and more accessible and trying to promote easier and easier ways to get involved and participate. But that's somewhat just shouting to use beautiful.
Gotcha. Thank you.
I wanted to ask something. I've been telling for a long time that centralized mining is a big problem, and yeah, like it happened, like I said before. I think the only option, I think Monero community will never allow, I think, the proof of stake, but I think there is an option if we have like many other coins doing merge mining with P2 pool. I think that's the only option left. But that's the thing, how do we incentivize other coins to allow merge mining with P2 pool and then tell the Monero community to go mine this coin, otherwise Qubit will take over. Yeah, I think the centralized mining pool, those are the biggest threat, other than full chain membership proof. After we get full chain membership proof along with post-quantum upgrades, I think we have to solve the centralized mining and syncing problem. Yeah, the syncing problem and the centralized mining are the biggest threat to Monero.
And what if you were to do what if you were to find a way where projects that aren't directly involved in crypto could benefit from mining Monero? Like, for example, what if we built in the idea of it being a quantum resistant blockchain where, like, let's say a hospital network could secure their communications by mining Monero? Or you see what I'm saying? What if you built some other utility the same way Tor did, right?
If anyone ever proposes putting any sensitive or confidential records like healthcare on a blockchain, run away. Never trust them for anything. They have no confidence and it will screw you over someday. I just want that to be known.
Yeah, agreed. Blockchain is for sure, but I'm saying like some kind of utility that they would need. You know, like a large network could benefit from the utility of mining Monero.
I think you just described Cubic. Useful.
Yeah. How do we make proof of work useful? You know, the way to make proof of work useful is to take a project that doesn't have useful proof of work like Monero. Monero's proof of work does nothing. But then if you mine it and claim that because you're doing it, you're useful, you know, it's all about the branding. It's the marketing of it. No, but I think like a legitimate comment is like, would there be a way where transaction fees are paid in network security? Where instead of paying a transaction fee, like, yeah, you had to mine a block. And it's by mining a block you were able to send a transaction. And that would require that every transaction be its own block, which would require presumably moving to some sort of DAG structure, which would become really hard to get agreement on. I mean, it's funny enough, that's kind of the original proposal of IOTA. Every time you made a transaction, you built off existing transactions, and more transactions caused common agreement on historical transactions. The thing was that didn't work, and they had a centralized coordinator for several years until they got rid of the idea entirely. So like, yeah, it's interesting to discuss, but it's definitely something you'd have to come up with an actual proposal for, because it's not immediate, it's not obvious, and historically it hasn't worked.
In terms of just staying on the straight and narrow and seeing how things play out with proof of work as is, what is kind of the dynamic with regards to Cubic? I mean, what are they trying to do? Obviously, they're trying to profit, but ultimately, wouldn't they not want to hurt Monero, right? Like, isn't that how things should play out, where they would benefit from Monero continuing to not be, you know, damaged as a utility, because they are in fact benefiting from the fact that,
I mean,
they're mining.
Yeah, ideally anyone with a financial stake in a system is supposed to have benefit from not destroying their financial stake, even if that's not literal like proof of stake, but even just the financial income from proof of work. But that doesn't change for whatever reasons. Cubic has announced their intent to harm Monero by removing the decentralization of its mining. And that will harm Monero. So regardless of if they think it's profitable, regardless of why you're doing it, it doesn't change they're trying to harm Monero. Even if they claim, oh, it will be good if we centralize the network. Because we're actually decentralized because I took a vote on Discord about what to do next. Yeah, it's all a mess, but it doesn't change that.
And so
regardless of why, they're trying to remove Monero's decentralization, and that is harmful.
And why is it that we think that, or why do you think they're doing this? Obviously, for marketing, we're saying it's bringing attention, but why is part of it that, you know, they want to hurt Monero? I mean, I don't really understand what they're. Is it, or there's some other organization behind them that actually has an intent to hurt Monero?
Yeah, it could be that they are backed by the state or hostile
yes,
actors.
that scenario. That's the only scenario that really kind of makes sense to me. Them just as an independent project that's trying to profit, whatever it is, they're just motivated by money.
Oh, I think it's a marketing campaign. I think they picked the largest project that they could use to boost their own reputation. I think like they can't attack Bitcoin mining because Bitcoin mining is with SHA-256 and it's the largest proof of network on the planet, you know? So I think, oh, well, if you go down the list and who here is mineable with CPUs, which they're using for God knows what reason. I mean, their whole premise is quote unquote AI when most of that is done with GPUs or even FPGAs nowadays. So whatever. But if you go down the list, isn't Monero the largest CPU mined currency? Isn't it the most notable project they could have done this with?
So what would like a friendly version of Cubic look like? You know, where they were essentially trying to do the same thing, but they were pro Monero. They wanted to help Monero. Like, is that potentially a solution that we see some other, like we're saying, other merge mining projects?
I mean,
I think that's the only
they could
option.
advertise as a standard mining pool. They could not be assholes, and they could not actively try to harm the network by mining empty blocks, by attempting to remove other miners from the process, et cetera, and et cetera. They could just act as a normal mining pool.
Forked Cubic and created a friendly version of Cubic. I mean,
yeah, that's possible. Yeah, if someone fork them and just make it a semi-privacy coin with P2 pool and just allow other pools to do their work, it will become a friendly project. But that's the problem.
Yeah, but are we not just basically at P2 pool then?
No,
like Cubic in effect is a centralized mining pool that's using a blockchain to relay share data, despite the fact it's a centralized mining pool. With P2 pool, it's a decentralized mining pool using a decentralized network to realize shares. Like, why would you add a currency to P2 pool?
No, not currency. I mean to say that we have to just study how the Cubic system works and just replicate another system with a decentralized version. Actually, that is censorship resistant and decentralized because it's a Cubic is an attack vector because it is very much possible. They are very open about it. That it could be backed by intelligence agency as well as the state. So yeah, I think we need other coins with merge mining with Monero. Otherwise, I don't see any other solution. And I don't think Monero community will allow even proof of stake. That's why I think it's a big attack vector.
But there's nothing to replicate. It's a centralized mining pool using a decentralized network to communicate share data. And instead of paying people Monero block rewards, they're adding their own token on top to offer allegedly greater overall profit. The only thing to replicate there is a centralized mining pool that claims to be decentralized and also pays out of pocket allegedly more money than the other pools. Like, I can take a mining pool right now. I can go build one. I can go make Kayaba pool token, and I can start sending it to people. but that's not meaningful or legitimate. That's gambling and speculation. And if you remove the Kayaba pool token, then we just have another centralized mining pool, although shares are being communicated over a decentralized network. Well, okay, that's what P2 pool is, except P2 pool is a decentralized mining pool as well. Unless you want to replicate the state involvement, but you know, if the US government's attacking Monero, they're not going to honestly mine via P2 pool.
Yeah, that's the issue. I think, yeah, we have to look at others like solo mining. There is a problem like we have seen with WoW Monero. It's not very much a high hash rate coin. So I think we can do that. We could use our influence, and on the other projects, we could force them to allow this one merge mining with Monero. Like even some of the coins like CryptoNote coins, they are not having like merge mining with us or even any kind of P2 pool option. So we could use our influence to allow those other coins to allow so that Monero miners can merge mine our Monero coins with their coins and get some P2 pool rewards. Yeah, just like Tari and Zeno and those other dark fi coins. I think that's the only option.
So
Luke,
I
with the option of, I just want to ask Luke a quick, the option of a larger coin being essentially becoming the finality layer for Monero. I know you mentioned Ethereum as being the quick fix. Why wouldn't it be Bitcoin? Why Ethereum, or why wouldn't it be some other larger crypto, or just some other crypto that has a very reliable security that would be resistant to a 51% attack?
That's why it said Bitcoin or Ethereum, and it said that the 10-block lock thing was a maybe, because if we use Bitcoin and we wait for 6 confirms, it's not going to be beneficial to replace the 10-block lock, which is a 20-minute lock for Bitcoin 6 confirmations, 60 minutes. But if we use Ethereum, Ethereum gets finality every 12 minutes. So we could move to Ethereum and use its finality to replace the 10-block lock with a finality block lock, where Ethereum is the finality layer. And that would roughly half the 10-block lock.
And are there other...
That's why it was a maybe, and like why we would discuss Bitcoin or Ethereum.
Okay. So is it just Bitcoin or Ethereum? Would anything else make sense for that, acting as the finality layer?
I mean, I don't know why we wouldn't use the largest 2 networks. Like if we're going to one of these large networks, like why not one of the largest? Why would we use something that might not be around in 5 years? But yeah, there are other networks that we can always discuss.
Drunkdial tipped $5. Brave is adding Monero and browser mining exists. Brave is adding Monero. Okay, we've heard them discuss that, but I don't think I've ever I haven't seen action on it. Brave is adding Monero and browser mining exists. CPU mining is a resource. Browser mining can stream funds to the platforms like Rumble, Odyssey, podcast streaming, LimeWire. Why don't we combat an economic attack with economic solutions? Yeah, sounds good to me. Just get more people mining Monero, more use cases for mining Monero. But easier said than done. We gotta build the tools and create the things that people can use to do that. Nice to hear that Brave is adding Monero.
Could it be worth to look at something inspired by how the Tor project works? They have the thing that is actually a set of trusted individuals, I guess, the directory authorities. It's like a group of 10 or something that are making decisions about which nodes participate in the Tor network. Something like that.
Yeah, we can federate the network, but that just removes its decentralization.
I mean, in a way, we kind of already do that because GitHub like forces you to have a limit on how many people can edit on GitHub, for example.
Right, but we can move off of GitHub without affecting the Monero network.
Well, I'm just saying that right now, we already have systems that work with like having trusted individuals handling certain things. It may not be a bad idea to have some way of vetting certain credentials. But I tend to think in terms of a lot of these solutions, they, talking about like using political leverage or using, some kind of social pressure. Whereas I'm pretty positive there's going to be an engineering solution. It just hasn't really emerged yet. And that's always the most ideal, is to find a way to engineer your way out of a problem is just always the case. And the thing is what is going on now, it's not like just because it's being done, people didn't know that this was possible before. It's just for some reason somebody picked up the torch and started running with it. So I don't think that we should stop exploring specifically finding an engineering solution either. I completely agree with that. And I also think that this is an excellent example of why the Monero communities, this whole idea of it's about the tech, let's never discuss price, let's never discuss price. Well, people are starting to understand, the ones that are paying attention, that price matters a lot more for security budget than was originally considered. And I think, in fact, the growth of the circular economy is almost certainly the most effective way to solve this problem in the short term. It wouldn't require that much of a growth in the circular economy, where you're also adding to this pool lots of brain power for how to solve these problems with an engineering solution. I mean, how many people aren't interested in contributing their brain power to Monero just simply because they don't use it, it's not a part of their life, and so on?
Yeah, and we shouldn't forget that many of the open source projects get infiltrated by intelligence agency, and they used to do lots of nasty stuff. Just look at the Tor project, as well as look at the other open source project. They got infiltrated by extreme left-wing activists, and then the project is in downfall. And sometimes they are infiltrated by intel agencies.
Well,
so yeah, there are a lot of problems. I think, I don't think proof of stake will, I think Monero community will ever agree with that. But yeah, we have to solve the centralized mining pool, not centralized mining. The problem is centralized mining pool. We have to solve that problem.
Well, our security budget is increasing on average over time because Monero's price is going upwards. It may go up in fits and starts, but it is going upwards. If you've taken a look at the like year average or the 6-month average or whatever, you can see that in general that goes up all the time. Right now, Monero's security budget in fiat is about $100,000, give or take some on average. And that is going up over time. If we would either need it to go up faster or figure something else out in this regard.
I do have to go here, but one thing I want to reiterate is that increasing the security budget alone does not necessarily change the it does not necessarily change the distribution of hash power in mining pools.
Yeah, some kind of social project, if it was engineering based, could also be interesting. Like, what if there was somebody who allocated like 95% of all fiat donations toward increasing the mining on, let's say, P2Pool, and then allocated 100% of the funds towards, development. So you could have like a fiat-based donation system where the person spent the vast majority of the money contributed towards increasing their own hash power and directing it toward P2Pool. and then whatever funds were derived from that in Monero were, I don't know, donated to CCS or, you know, something like that. Or exchanged and then put that fiat into the Magic Monero fund or something like that. That could also be like a very simple solution, because we already know that there's a lot of people who would be interested in something like that.
One thing I hear people say online a lot is, you know, like, well, you could just purchase the hash rate to 51% Monero. And right now with Cubic, I think they're kind of proving that's actually difficult to do, because not all of the hash rate in Monero is up for sale. So sure, you can go on to, you know, because people do these really naive calculations like, well, I calculated that it only cost X amount of money to 51% Monero, right? And it's like, yeah, but not everything is a simple cost equation there. You have an availability problem as well. And so I actually think Cubic is showing that availability problem, because if they could have attacked the network, I have to believe they would have done it by now. I mean, like truly 51% the network, as opposed to just mining empty blocks.
All right, Luke.
I wanted to ask something. How much do you think the profitability of miners will be if we allow like Monero to be a mandatory proof of P2Pool mining only, not solo mining and P2Pool mining? What do you think the profitability of miners will be?
I have no idea. Sorry, that isn't really my place to comment. I really do focus on the technicals. But I do have to call it here. Thanks for delaying the news segment so I can answer some questions.
Wait,
Thanks for
Luke,
having me on.
If you could just stick around for one more. I just want to see who this question from. This is a new viewer here. Let's see if we could just let her ask a question.
Hi. I guess I wanted to respond to, how do we promote peer-to-pool except for yelling, peer-to-pool, use peer-to-pool, and having hypothetically played with it a little bit and probably being less technically savvy than everybody else here, what I'd say is it needs to be easier to use. I guess there's this
I'm
thing
going to
called...
go ahead and just chime in here for a second. I'm going to let Luke go because we've discussed.
Okay.
We'll respond to that, but I know we've kind of already spoke about that. But I want to be fair to Luke because he was trying to exit, and I figured I'd let you get your question in, but he's kind of already touched on that topic. Luke, man, thank you so much. Greatly appreciate you taking the time. Obviously, as you know, you're always welcome here on the show. So hope to have you back sometime soon.
Thanks for coming on, Luke.
Yeah, we'll be talking about the progress that has been made. Wishes to your question. We'll get to it.
Thank you so much. Bye, everyone.
Thank you, Luke. I don't know if anybody wants to respond to Wish's question. I mean, it's kind of it's what's been spoken about quite a bit now. It's, you know, how do we get people to actually use P2Pool?
I might have a few comments on what could be easier about it.
Have you used Goopax? Have you used Goopax?
I don't even know where to find that. Hypothetically, having maybe played with it in the official Monero wallet a little bit, one thing that has I've observed is it'll click on to say connected in mining, and then it will rather quickly disconnect and require syncing to the daemon again before being able to mine, which can end up being a loop of pressing the mining button and then seeing it start and then seeing everything disconnect. And I'm sort of maybe a good middle person because I'm not nearly as technologically savvy as most people, but I'm told I'm still above the average person who's never installed a Linux distribution or something. So, and then you kind of get into, well, it's just one more forum, just one more login, just one more thing to check. And with us all having busy lives, that can be a barrier for some people. So I guess just my biggest suggestion for how to get more people to use peer-to-pool might be to make it so easy to use that there's a single push button without using a second thing, whatever GUIPAX is, that you just push a single button and it starts doing its thing. The other issue is it says that it can take a while for a payout, but I've never actually observed one. So that I don't understand what's going on there either, the few times that it has remained connected in mining. So I just think easier to use in the sense that people who don't understand what a daemon is or what a GUIPAX is or where to go to get it or how to make it work together with the other thing might still find some serious barriers to entry on peer-to-pool.
Is the default Monero GUI using P2Pool, or is it using P2Pool Mini or Nano? Because if it's using P2Pool, it's no wonder that you're not seeing any payouts. If it's using Mini or Nano, that might be different. I don't know that answer.
I think it's got more than one option,
I
which
think it's default Mini, by the way.
You might be right.
Okay, because yeah, it would have to default to Mini or Nano for most cases, for the vast majority of cases, I would think.
What she's saying though is like observably true, because even getting people to use Monero, which is like way easier than most coins as it already stands, I think the tech bro bubble just fails to understand how far removed from understanding how any of this works and how to just plug and play any of this. Because most people, their training on how to use money is so deeply entrenched in their entire life. I mean, you're raised in a world where people exchange fiat for goods and services. You know, and some schools to this day still teach classes on like how money works and how to use a checkbook and all of that stuff. A lot of human beings are trained since birth, you know, hours and hours every single week on the basics of money. They're taught every single day. You go to work so you can get this fiat, so you can buy groceries. And a lot of people, especially tech bros, they have this association with it's just like using money. But the thing is using fiat Fed notes has been trained into you for like, you know, months of cumulative time of your entire life. And so when a normie goes to use fiat, this is something familiar to them. This is something that they've done day after day after day for their entire lives. And then you bring this new technology and, you know, there's all of these differences. I'll watch people try to onboard a Monero user and then they'll explain how it's like, oh, this is freedom money because we can kill the Federal Reserve and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, bro, I might be vibing with you, but these people have no idea what you're talking about. And if you can't show them easy and utility, if you can't just demonstrate those two things. In fact, Watchman Privacy just did a whole thing about how there was supposedly this Bitcoin revolution. And when Gabriel went to go use Bitcoin in Africa, where it was supposedly like this haven of Bitcoin adoption.
Great video, by the way.
Yeah. The thing is the wave came and it went because the actual people on the ground were not able to use the technology. And I think that's one of the core utilities of No One's app is, you know, Ray is giving people a way where they can get a utility that they otherwise don't have. And Monero isn't capitalizing on the fact that you can get a utility right now that you don't have. It's one of the reasons why I'm super all about a payment channel. It's one of the reasons why I constantly tell people, like, you can get huge adoption right now if you just point out the borderless payments. You know, we have to start getting this to a point where a normie finds utility in it. But nowhere is this a bigger hole than when it comes to mining. Even people who have decided that they like Monero, the barrier to entry for mining it in an ethical way is like this Herculean task. And tech bros just fail to understand, you know, all of those little things that you had to do to make it work on your computer and now it works. I'm one of those guys, right? I've gotten it to work on all kinds of random devices and so on. And since I'm always swapping around my devices or changing components in my devices, it's just par for the course, right? Okay, I better make sure that I can mine Monero on this. Normies are not doing that. You know, I've had normies ask me, like, how can I mine it on my phone? And I'm just thinking to myself, the disconnect on the features and functions of mining Monero are so out of reach right now for just about everybody. And nobody seems to be appreciating the fact that you already have an army of individuals that would love to do the right thing. You already have a whole bunch of people that are championing mining P2Pool and also are not doing it because they can't figure it out. If we're talking about adoption of mining P2Pool, make it possible.
So I just had a thought. You know, Tari, when you open up the Tari app, the Tari Universe app, the first thing it does is it starts mining by default. So what if we did the same thing with the Monero GUI, where it would say, okay, you have a 16-core CPU. We'll use 2 cores or 4 cores. We'll use 25% of your CPU to automatically mine by default, so that your computer is still fast and it's not being bogged down.
Bro, but don't say the word core. Don't say.
Well, yeah, you get what I'm saying.
Fast
Like it would
mining,
use
slow mining doesn't slow down your computer.
Yeah, like the default option would be slow mining, doesn't slow down your computer, and on the back end, the technical side would be
generate more Monero, and you just leave it at that.
That might be an option.
Yeah, we need good graphical user interface, but the other issue is we cannot enforce P2Pool. That's the problem, and so we have to see Monero mining. There is a honest Monero miner, and there is illicit Monero miner. That is also good. Means ransomware and everything, hacking and everything. But the thing is, we have to incentivize
people not learning. They're not learning from history. Why is Windows the default operating system for basically everybody? Because it's default.
User interface. It's easy to use.
No, that's not why people use Windows. It's because their computer that they bought at
we
the
need
store
good
had
graphical
Windows
user interface, as well as we need to make sure there is incentive to use P2Pool as well as solo mining. Otherwise, we are screwed. We are truly screwed.
No, the incentive doesn't have to be there. The reason why people use Windows is because their computer came with Windows. If people download a Monero client of any kind, if the default is peer-to-pool, then 99% of people will just use peer-to-pool. There does not have to be an incentive. You don't have to change any of the core architecture of the way Monero runs at all. All you have to do is it ships to you and it's mining peer-to-pool. That's all you have to do. And you will see a massive uptick immediately. Like GooPacks, for one, almost nobody knows about it. For two, they don't even understand what it's supposed to be doing. And then for three, when they use it, it doesn't work out the box. Like it takes tinkering and tweaking and all that other stuff. I have yet to download GooPacks and it just works. And I've tried it on dozens and dozens of computers. And that was the whole idea. Now I can always get it to work. But then, you know, if I'm gone for a couple of days, somebody shuts it off and then they turn it back on, all of a sudden it doesn't work again. You know, like it requires too much technical ability still. And it was supposed to be something that prevented the need for technical savvy users.
The only complication I could see with mining by default is that the wallet that's generated for P2Pool to mine to with the 4 address has to be public, and therefore you cannot use it for normal transactions. So there would have to be some sort of way of you're mining to that wallet, but then your client generates a second wallet or something like that, so you can actually use it for transactions. Because otherwise your transactions will be public. I'm just saying it would have to be a user interface thing.
I mean, that is an issue, but who cares? You first off, I would use a pseudonym. And then also, I would also use a separate wallet for mining, and then I would transfer things. That's the way that someone might do it.
Hey guys, if you don't mind, if I can interrupt this conversation so we can pivot
I need to respond
to
to something
news.
in the comment. Yeah, this one, I need to respond to something on the comment. I'm not against botnets and everything, but yeah, I need to tell something that what's the honest, selfish mining method used by both honest miners as well as malicious miners? It's centralized mining pools. That's the issue. I haven't seen till now any news or any kind of malware or ransomware or even honest miners. Most of them use centralized mining. That's the issue. So we have to incentivize both legal as well as illicit mining, either through solo mining or P2 pool. So only way to do that is we have to make sure that it's mandated in the protocol. We have to find a way to mandate it. We have to remove centralized mining options entirely. I don't think otherwise Monero could survive. We have to somehow find a way
Tux?
mandate it in the protocol layer.
A lot of news to go over, so let's pivot. We can come back to this conversation. It's a good conversation, but there is a shit ton of news to cover. So I would like to switch to that before coming back to the viewers on stage.
Yep, go ahead.
Thanks, guys.
The Monerotopia Weekly News segment is sponsored by WizardSwap.io, a non-custodial cryptocurrency exchange.
Alrighty, just pulling up my screen here. We got quite a lot of news links today, so I'll try to go over it pretty quickly. And some of this I'm looking at for the first time. Tony was going to do news today, but ran out of time for him, so I will be doing the news. So first up, we've got a post on Reddit. Sighted in Frankfurt, Germany. So someone saw a Monero sticker in the wild, and it does actually look like it was in the wild because it looks a little bit dirty. It's got some other sticker on it, so seems pretty legit. People seem to see Monero stickers in major cities all over the world. Pretty cool. So keep putting your stickers out, guys. Keep tagging. People notice it. Next link is another post on Reddit, and it reads, Coincards had a hole in the system and is also blaming Monero. So recently, Coincards had a security incident that was posted on August 4th, and it reads, a vulnerability in one of our systems was exploited. The total financial impact was in the tens of thousands of dollars. The attacker behind this incident used privacy-preserving tools to carry out and obscure the fraud, mainly Monero, a tool we've long supported and accepted at Coincards. We believe in the right to transact privately. We've spent years advocating for privacy tools because they protect users, not just from surveillance, but from overreach, censorship, and financial exclusion. But privacy, like any tool, can be abused, and in this case, it was. What makes this especially difficult is that it came from within a community we've stood beside and supported for years. It's disappointing and frankly disheartening that someone would use Monero to steal a significant amount from a small hardworking team like ours. It sucks. That sounds a little bit a weird way to put that. Sort of shifting the blame onto Monero or the Monero community for an exploit in their own environment and their own system that they use for processing cards. It's like, of course, if something exists, people are going to abuse it. There's going to be someone that's going to abuse the system. That's unsurprising, but I don't think Monero is really at the fault here, and I don't think that's a very that should be the point of them reporting this security incident. It is very unfortunate that they lost tens of thousands of dollars. Coincards has been around for a long time, and they've been a very reliable service. I know I met the two of the people that run Coincards. They're awesome. Seems a little bit misplaced of a report, but nonetheless, they were hacked and they were exploited for some money, which is unfortunate to see. And next up, we got another post on Reddit, and it reads, what should I do to help? I am a longtime believer in XMR and have held since 2018. What is the most practical way I can support the project in these challenging times? Would it help the most to run a full node? If I can't do that, what's the second best? Is there any other way to help as relatively cheap / free? The easy answer to that is what someone commented down here. I would recommend utilizing XMRig. You can run it basically any machine. Yeah, basically the answer to that, if you want to help Monero the most right now, is just mine. You have any spare machine, even if it's low end, just mine. Use P2Pool. By doing that, you're helping to further decentralize the network. And obviously, one computer isn't going to be a lot, but a lot of computers, even with low hash rate, can start to make a difference. So just mining is the best thing you can do right now if you want to support the network. And of course, you will get rewarded for doing that as well, in the form of non-KYC'd Monero, by the way. And next up, we got a post, another post on Reddit that reads, "How can I sell my book with Monero? I'm writing a sci-fi book about how Satoshi Nakamoto invented Bitcoin. I'll be selling it via Bitcoin and Monero. I can use Cakewall and then email readers a PDF/EPUB of my book. However, is there some way to automate this process? Something simple to set up and let readers buy my book. I wonder if there's been any suggestions for XMR. There we go. There's one here. Sounds like you, sir, need XMR Bazaar. I think that's what you're looking for. Basically, the eBay of Monero. And you can even set it up so that the user pays and they get a download immediately of the PDF or EPUB, fully automated. So to you, sir, and I'm glad this, thank you to Matt Sarmiento for mentioning XMR Bazaar. You, sir, need to use XMR Bazaar because that'll fully automate this process for you. And next up, we've got a post on X from Camus. If you sign up for Digital ID, it'll be the last truly free decision you ever make. Dr. Michael Yeadon, a toxicologist and former Pfizer executive, issues a dire warning. Digital ID isn't convenience, it's control. Once adopted, governments and institutions will recognize you only through the system. You cease to exist as a person. You become a QR code, an address to resources that can be edited, restricted, or revoked at will. Your money, travel, even food will depend on compliance. Your vaccination status will dictate validity. Dissent, your funds freeze. Wrong zone, transaction denied. This isn't speculation, it's planned. Documents confirmed. Digital ID remains active only if you obey. Refuse a mandated jab, lose access. Speak wrong thoughts, locked out. The system is designed to force compliance through deprivation. I think a lot of those things are true, but at the same time, I do think that people forget that we kind of already have digital ID. This kind of has existed for the last couple decades at least. It's called Real ID. And it is enforced now. If you get a driver's license now, there's no way to opt out of it. And so we do sort of have that, unfortunately. And so I think that kind of plays into all of this, is that they're going to start using this thing that they set up a couple decades ago that they've been slowly pushing more and more. They're going to take that into advantage a lot more going forward, like they have been over the past several years. Because if you have a Real ID, then you already exist in a federal centralized government database as your identity. And same thing if you get a passport, fortunately. So in some ways, it's just been around for a while and people don't realize it. But it's very possible we'll see these things used more in the future to deprive you of your rights. Moving on. Next up, we've got a post from Peter Van Valkenburg. Commissioner Peirce just gave a must-read speech offering one of the clearest defenses of financial privacy in the context of crypto and new technologies yet articulated. As she says, we should take concrete steps to protect people's ability not only to communicate privately, but to transfer value privately, as they could have done with physical coins in the days in which the Fourth Amendment was crafted. Most fears of financial privacy and a technology that enables it flow from a genuine desire to protect this nation from enemies and criminals. Somewhat, I would say. Continue reading. Safeguarding our families, communities, and country from harm is extremely important. But curtailing financial privacy and impeding disintermediating technologies are the wrong approach. Denying people financial privacy, whether through sweeping surveillance programs or restrictions on privacy-protecting technologies, undermines the fabric and freedoms of our families, communities, and nation. The American people and their government should guard zealously people's right to live private lives and to use technologies that enable them to do so. I have the written speech. There are pointers to deep analysis of the overbreadth of U.S. financial surveillance laws, including a citation to a paper Coin Center published last year on dangerous ambiguities in the Bank Secrecy Act, which is very notorious, and how they could be abused to mandate that every American who pays or is paid register with the Treasury Department and regularly report the details of her monetary transactions as if she were a bank or other financial institution. Commissioner Peirce also cites two other federal laws, 60501 and Patriot Act Section 311, that are, in Coin Center's opinion, already being abused to harm the legitimate privacy expectations of law-abiding Americans. Read the whole thing. Link in the next post. I think that was pretty well said. And if you do want to look into this more, some of what has been uncovered here, then you can do so through the link that'll be in this post. Goes to a SEC.gov website that has the paper written by Commissioner Hester M. Peirce. Moving on, we've got another video from Frank Corva. This once again posted on X. The Tornado Cash trial has concluded. Roman Storm has been found guilty of the conspiracy to operate an unlicensed MTB charge. Here are my thoughts on the outcome, the government's rejected motion to remand Storm, and what comes next. Play the first part of this video here.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? Frank Corva, political reporter for Bitcoin Magazine here. We are here at the final day of the Tornado Cash trial. I was just in the courtroom as the verdict was read aloud. Classic New York. We got some sirens in the background. Give me a second here. I think it's common knowledge now that the verdict, Storm was found guilty on count 2, which is the conspiracy to operate an unlicensed money transmission business. The jury was not unanimous on counts 1 and 3. Count 1 being the money laundering charge, and count 3 being the sanctions evasion charge. Has a more official name, but I'm not going to share that here. The IEPA charge, I'll use the acronym. The last part, I'm not sure how public this has been made, but there was a motion to remand Storm to keep him in prison to prevent any sort of flight risk. And Ms. Klein of the defense did an excellent job, made an excellent case for why he should not be where he shouldn't be remanded. I'm going to actually write about these things. I'm not going to get into all the details here. The government pushed back. I'm sorry, I said Ms. Klein. Ms. Axel of the defense did a great job explaining why he shouldn't be remanded. Government pushed back. Ms. Axel spoke up again. The judge ended up saying the stability of the verdict is still very much in play. This is reason for him to stay here. And then he has met the standard where he's not at risk of flight. And his incentives, the judge believes that his incentives to stay and fight here are strong, and therefore he's not a flight risk. So the judge denied the motion to remand, and that's about it. I'll continue covering this to the best of my ability wherever we go next, whether this moves. I believe it's going to move to the appellate courts. I'll be doing a written piece today. I did not get a chance to speak with Storm or with the defense team. Most of the courtroom is cleared out at this point. I want to give a shout out to the other reporters who were here doing amazing work. Eleanor Terrett from Crypto in America. David Morris probably deserves the biggest shout out. He's from The Rage. He's done an absolutely incredible job in covering all this. He's been here, I think, writing about this in more depth than anyone. Cheyenne Langone from CoinDesk, and Alex from DL News. I'm from spacing out on his last name, plus a handful of other reporters that were here doing really good work. It's been an emotional event, kind of on the verge of tears talking about it. It's been hard to both sit there and watch the Samurai devs plead guilty, take a plea deal on Thursday. I think it was Thursday. And now this. It's not the worst possible outcome, I guess. I say this as someone who's a proponent of privacy in financial transactions. And I know there's going to be more fighting here. As I said, it'll be brought to the appellate courts. Still kind of sucks. Don't like seeing anybody, the Samurai devs, plead guilty to this, or him being found guilty at this. Just it's tough. It's a tough one. I think what we've learned, though, is that the community that's helped fund his legal defense, the judge even. I'm sorry, Ms. Klein brought this up, and She said, the crypto community is behind Storm. I think he feels that. One of the reasons I, along with the other journalists who have been here, remained in the courtroom for these 4 days of deliberation was to just show some sense of camaraderie and some sense of, we're here and we're covering this and we're not going to forget about him. So, hopefully nobody forgets about Roman Storm. And we do the best we can as a community. And I say this as, again, a privacy enthusiast and a Bitcoiner first and foremost before being a reporter here. We continue to do what we can to support these efforts to appeal this case and to support developers of open source technology. I'm going to leave it there. Thanks, everybody, for following all this coverage. And I'll have a written report out tonight.
Wow, guys. That was it wasn't a super long video, but it was kind of, you could tell he got a little emotional there at the end. And I think he's really feeling it. Like he said, he's a reporter, but he's also a Bitcoiner and he's a privacy enthusiast. And privacy has been really becoming attacked over the past few years, especially around cryptocurrency. And while there's some specific nuances to these cases, mainly the fact that they've been making money off of centralized interfaces that are providing privacy and sort of mixing funds and stuff, it's still unfortunate, and it still definitely is an attack on several amendments, even though they're choosing to prosecute these people and go after them anyway. So unfortunate to see, of course, but we will continue fighting for privacy. And like he said, the whole crypto community backs Roman Storm. We all back him. So privacy is not a crime, and you should not be afraid to be able to work on privacy or create code for privacy. Moving on, we got another post from Peter Van Valkenburg, and it reads, Coin Center's 7 takeaways from the Storm verdict. So number 1, the sole conviction is unlicensed money transmission, which is 18 USC 1960, turns mainly on legal/regulatory interpretation. Does this count as money transmission? Not jury fact-finding. Number 2, the court at the motion to dismiss stage discounted FinCEN's stated guidance on what counts as money transmission in crypto and treated the category as broader than control of customer funds. Interesting. Number 3, with money transmission defined that broadly, the jury's room to decide facts was narrow. The court's interpretation largely dictated the outcome. Number 4, DOJ's prior end regulation by prosecution memo didn't fully resolve 1960 issues, left things open for continued prosecution. Excuse me. The DOJ dropped the failure to register theory, but not the knowingly transmitting criminal funds theory. CoinCenter's view both hinge on transmitting and are improper against developers excluded by FinCEN guidance. Number 5, the BRCA, Blockchain Regulatory Certainty Act, now attached to clarity and passed by the House, would confirm that non-controlling developers aren't money transmitters. It can't help Roman retroactively, but the Senate should pass it on upcoming market structure debates. Number 6, Coin Center fellow Michael Llewellyn is suing DOJ for a declaration that publishing/maintaining his software isn't unlicensed money transmission. Coin Center will continue supporting this effort to correct the legal interpretation. Number 7, Coin Center is sorry Roman faces sentencing on a theory that contradicts the regulator's guidance. He should appeal the denial of his motion to dismiss. Coin Center will assist however possible. Pretty interesting. That was some good context into this ongoing case. Well, I guess mostly finished case at this point.
Just as a quick interjection there.
Yeah, go ahead, buddy.
If he was going to get convicted, or if he was going to get, if the jury was going to convict him, this is actually one of the better outcomes because this was one of the more legally shaky propositions of the entire prosecution. So he has the best chance in appeal at appealing the legal conclusions that the judge had determined prior to this case. And the other thing I want to point out is that this judge is a scumbag. They did everything possible to suppress all of the things that would have tended to that would have helped him at trial. And then after the trial, is like, well, I'm not gonna force him to be remanded to prison. The judge is basically trying to play the political game as if they were just a neutral party this whole time. They weren't. They suppressed almost everything that he really needed at trial. And then now is kind of throwing him a bone after the fact to try and save face.
Super fucking scummy. And next up, we've got another post from Zach Shapiro, and it reads, "Today's verdict was awful and can set a dangerous precedent. Same with last week's guilty pleas. But the worst thing we can do right now is embrace the chilling effect and tell builders to stop building. The Blanche memo is still in place, and there is no need to preemptively bow to DOJ's unjust overreach in the SW plus TC Samurai Wallet and Tornado Cash prosecutions. Embrace the cypherpunk ethos and keep pushing forward. And if you need legal advice for a non-custodial tool you are building, my DMs are always open." And once again, I guess guilty pleas don't exactly set precedent, but it's still not a nice thing to see. People taking guilty pleas kind of assumes that the outcome was not going to be good for them in the first place.
I want to point out that the lawyers in this space are also acting like scumbags to the extent that they're not explaining to the public and to developers the factors involved here and why that combination of factors could be legally problematic, and sort of publicly saying, hey, here's how you can keep yourself safe, 1, 2, 3, right? They're not doing that. Instead, they're all like, hey, just, selling their services. Come consult me. Let me help you stay safe. And it's like, well, y'all didn't help Samurai or Tornado stay safe in the beginning. And me, fucking pleb, 5 years ago was like, hey, it looks to me like Tornado's kind of weak legally. So I'm kind of just disappointed with the freedom lawyers in the space right now as well.
Next up, we've got a article or a press release from the U.S. Attorney's Office. And it reads, "Founder of Tornado Cash crypto mixing service convicted of knowingly transmitting criminal proceeds." So this is just continuing what we read from individuals. This is the official press release from the Southern District of New York, of course. Tornado Cash founder Roman Storm knowingly operated a money transmitting business that transmitted more than $1 billion in criminal proceeds. United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York, Jay Clayton, announced today the conviction of Roman Storm, a co-founder of Tornado Cash, a cryptocurrency mixer that facilitated more than $1 billion in illegal transactions, for willfully conspiring to operate a money transmitting business that moved more than $1 billion in dirty money. The defendant was found guilty following a 4-week jury trial before the U.S. District Judge Catherine Polk Fila. Roman Storm and Tornado Cash provided a service for North Korean hackers. Whoa, guys. He provided this service just for North Korean hackers and other criminals to move and hide more than $1 billion U.S. of dirty money, said U.S. Attorney Jay Clayton. The speed, efficiency, and functionality of stablecoins and other digital assets offer great promise, but that promise cannot be an excuse for criminality. Criminals who use new technology to commit age-old crimes, including hiding dirty money, undermine the public trust, and unfairly cast a shadow on the many innovators who operate lawfully. This office and our partner agencies are committed to holding accountable those who exploit emerging technology to commit crime. This whole case is just super fucked up. This is even more fucked up than the Samurai Wallet case, in my opinion, considering him being charged for unlicensed money transmitting is just totally not right. It's just totally not right. There's no other way to put it.
They completely ignored the FinCEN guidance, right?
That was thrown at them. Yep. And all the other points Bawdy was saying.
Yeah, and all the points Bawdy was saying, and like the Zach is you brought up the Zach Shapiro tweet. I had him on the show a few weeks ago. Bawdy has a point, right? I mean, they're out here. They're claiming to, the lawyers are claiming to be, on our side, help everyone, but they're also kind of apprehensive about really kind of sticking up for us when we need them to, and saying the things that need to be said out and open. It's like, consult us for our services. But hey, I mean, I can't blame them for that either, right? People got to make a living. So I won't really criticize them for that. But what Zach kind of, like, if anybody who watched that interview where he pushed me the wrong way a little bit, was when we were talking about Monero and talking about why it's not listed. Right? Well, yeah, why it's not, the fungibility issue, but then even more so than that was when we're talking about why it's not listed on Coinbase, and him kind of perpetuating this idea is because it's, associated with crime. It's like, so here we are, this is exactly what went wrong with the Tornado Cash case, is that it was framed as being associated for criminal uses only. And, now that when we talk about Monero and why it's not on Coinbase, it's like, well, I mean, the fact is it has this brand of being a coin that's used for crime. Like whether that's the case or not, we should be, pushing against that narrative and not accepting it. Especially people in that position, right? These attorneys, these legal experts, the ones that are kind of the cypherpunk attorneys, right? They should be like behind Monero 110%, not going along with this narrative that, all right, well, it has this brand of criminality. That's why, exchanges might want to be careful with listing it. Like, no, it should be like, listen, exchanges should have no problem listing Monero. Given the way the law is right now, if it is because of a branding issue, that they think it might be associated with crime, well, they're completely wrong in thinking that. And we shouldn't feed into that narrative. That's kind of my biggest, currently biggest issue with what I'm seeing in terms of the what the information, what they're putting out there in terms of their take on things. So. It is it's a little frustrating considering how far we've come. We're all in the trenches here trying to fight this. And here is Monero, and we don't want to see the same thing happen to Monero. Obviously, Monero is sitting in a very different place than Tornado Cash for all the reasons we talk about, right? It is not some like for-profit service where the developers are making money every time people use it. It's not something where you opt in and use it just for purposes of washing something and cleaning the history of something. It is an independent, publicly accessible protocol that's permissionless, that is functioning as digital cash for whatever purposes those things may be used for. But we don't know how the government's going to react to these things. They may try to frame Monero next as being a tool for, only for purposes of, money laundering or whatnot, right? With these same accusations that we're seeing with these mixers. So I think it's imperative for the attorneys, everybody that's out here that's fighting for Tornado Cash and Samurai Wallet to really, really get behind Monero in a public way and make it clear that, we cannot accept this narrative that Monero is a tool for doing nefarious things. Because that's how they get us. So we cannot let them own the narrative.
Yeah, there's a lot to be said for that in the sense that they're sort of, the lawyers, the suits have been fighting for Tornado and Samurai, and those are kind of problematic cases. Like, it's still fucked up what the government's doing, obviously, but those are also kind of problematic cases from, and the lawyers are always the ones that are within the boundaries of the law, right? They're the ones that are always telling you about, well, and analyzing, well, what can we do? And, we're just trying to operate, with what we have. They always make a big hoopla over that. And the problem is that within their own framework, that Samurai and Tornado were problematic. And again, it's like, well, okay, guys, y'all fought that front. We want to fight them over there. We don't want to fight them over here. But hey, why is it crickets? Why are y'all fucking crickets when it comes to Monero? You should at least now be establishing, okay, well, Monero has none of those factors. Here's the factors that are important. Let's make sure that we hold this solid ground and start forming a line at our most defensible position, which is Monero. Like, from a legal standpoint, Monero is our most defensible position, yet it's been fucking crickets from the lawyers and suits about actually coalescing around the thing that we know we can defend legally.
Exactly. Where's the Human Rights Foundation? Why aren't they talking about Monero?
Nowhere to be found. Yeah, they only support Bitcoin shit, so.
Yeah. I mean, Coin Center, they don't often mention Monero by name often, but they do. They lump it in there.
It really should be on the forefront, though.
It should absolutely be on the forefront. It's the most used, untraceable digital cash crypto, right? They talk about Zcash, which is great, which is great too. I'm all for that. But obviously, it's like there's an issue with there of like kind of who's paying their bills, right? Who's paying for them to exist and do their lobbying. Monero, we're not centralized in any way. We don't have any company that we're associated with, any treasury that can go hire Coin Center and ask them to lobby on our behalf, but you would expect them to just do that, right? Without being pressured, if they claim to be what they stand for. And I definitely don't want to shit on them, because I think they do have said a lot of great things. They put out that really important paper a couple of years back that elegantly described the importance of digital cash and why it should be, why it aligns with the values of the United States, and to try to ban anything like that would violate the Constitution and all that. And I think that's great, but we need them out here really vocally backing Monero and helping to frame Monero as a tool that should be accessible to all, the freedom to transact, the freedom to use open source cryptocurrency, the freedom for devs to develop Monero. They say these things in a general sense, but I think it's time to start backing up Monero more directly.
So true. Well said. A nice monologue from both you and Bawdy. Very good. Moving on. We did just cover this a few links ago. Coincards was hacked, and they kind of sort of seem like they're sort of blaming Monero a little bit, or the Monero community. I'm sure there was no malicious intent. It was just kind of weird how they put out their report. Moving on.
How are they blaming Monero? I didn't pick up on that aspect of it.
Yeah, so on the actual report, let me go back to the previous link I had. Yeah, so there's this Reddit post here where someone kind of pointed it out. It's, it's kind of like they're blaming Monero. And it reads, the attacker behind this incident used privacy preserving tools, carry out and obscure the fraud, mainly Monero, a tool we've long accepted and supported at Coincards. We believe in the right to transact privately. We spent years advocating for it, not just from surveillance, but from overreach, censorship, yada, yada. But privacy, like any tool, can be abused. In this case, it was. What makes this especially difficult is that it came from within a community we've stood beside and supported for years. It's disappointing and frankly disheartening that someone would use Monero to steal a significant amount from a small hardware team like ours. It sucks. And it's like, okay, come on. Like, the Monero community isn't exploiting Coincards. There's one particular person that happened to use Monero. They took advantage of Monero to exploit Coincards. And it's not even Monero. I guess they used Monero to steal money and make it untraceable, but they had a vulnerability in their own system that was exploited, allowing users to buy cards without getting charged for it, is what I believe is what happened on the, if you look at the full report.
Yeah,
so it really has nothing to do with Monero. It's just they
Right.
use Monero.
I mean, I think that was just their attempt at a plea to whoever it was to be like, listen, guys, you're hurting a company that's behind Monero 100%. So I think it was kind of a plea to
super unfortunate,
whoever
and
did the
super
hack.
shitty, undeniably. Coincards been around for a long time. They're great. They're amazing. So I'll say to that, if you want to support Coincards, go buy some gift cards from them, because very unfortunate what happened.
And the thing is that they have very small margins, right? I think they said they had to sell something like, what did they say, like 50,000 cards to make up the loss that they had?
$500,000 worth of cards.
$500,000 worth of cards to make back what they lost on this hack, because they're only making a small percentage on each sale. So it is for they've been around 2%. They've been around for a very long time. Always been Monero, Monero first. Very supportive of Monero. Very supportive of Monerotopia, the things we do. So we're big fans of Coincards, and it's unfortunate to see this happen. I in no way don't think they're trying to blame Monero. I think that was just their way of saying, like, listen, whoever did this, if you're not just gaining from this and hacking and stealing money, but you're
harming a small business.
You're harming a
that's
small
owned by a couple
project that's
people.
very supportive of the cryptocurrency that you use. So unfortunate for them, but I guess hopefully they'll fix they fix this and they'll make it back in sales.
All right, moving on. Next, we've got a post from Monero Research Lab. It reads consensus reached to move forward with at can't pronounce this. Veridice Inc.'s proposals for formal verification of the Helios-Selene library. Helios/Selene is deemed sufficient for FCMP++. No new curve search is needed. Very cool. Future optimizations may be explored via scientific bounties. Very cool. And then that leads me to the next post, which is from the official Monero account on X. And it reads, the first testnet alpha stressnet for full chain membership proofs will be live soon. So this has got cause for some amount of celebration, is that the first testnet for FCMP++ hard fork of Monero is going to be live very soon. And I think people will be able to partake in that. And it's a quote tweet of another post from Monero Research Lab. And it reads, progress has been made on resolving bugs in the refresh refactor PR, allowing preparations for the FCMP alpha stressnet to advance through additional review time is needed. MRL agreed to proceed with alpha stressnet without waiting for the full scaling design to be settled. 1 out of 3. On bug resolution and review, Jay Berman said, the good news, IMO, is it looks like the refresh refactor PR has effectively gotten rid of blocking bugs Offren has reported. And Offren said, most/all of any major issues are resolved. And Jay Berman said, less good news is seems we still need more time for review. And then 3 out of 3, on proceeding with alpha stressnet, Rectium said, in my honest opinion, no need to wait until scaling design is settled before alpha stressnet. Alpha stressnet is for making sure all the code works with reasonable transaction volume. And Spackle said, agreed, no need to stop alpha testing. So with that being said, alpha testing will be going ahead very soon, which is very exciting, something we've all been waiting for a long time, that a lot of very important people have put a lot of effort, a lot of time into working on it. And a lot of people have donated a lot of money to have this happen. So very cool to see this be progressing along nicely. And next up, we've got a tweet from Wall Street Mav, and it reads, free speech in Europe is disappearing. A controversial European Union proposal dubbed chat control, ooh, this is coming back around the corner. Remember this from years ago? Is gaining momentum with 19 out of 27 EU member states reportedly backing the measure. This plan would mandate that messaging platforms, including WhatsApp, Signal, and Telegram, must scan every message, photo, and video sent by users starting in October, even if end-to-end encryption is in place. Denmark reintroduced the proposal on July 1st, the first day of its EU Council presidency. France, once opposed, is now in favor. Belgium, Hungary, Sweden, Italy, and Spain are also in favor, while Germany remains undecided. However, if Berlin joins the majority, a qualified council vote could push the plan through by mid-October. A qualified majority in the EU Council is achieved when 2 conditions are met. First, at least 55% of member states, meaning 15 out of 27, must vote in favor. Second, those countries must represent at least 65% of the EU's total population. So it looks like this thing is getting very close to passing. I remember hearing about track control a few years ago. It kind of got pushed down because people fought back against it. People didn't like it for obvious reasons. And looks like it's coming. It's creeping back around the corner. And it could very well be a thing, a real thing. And the scary part, especially, is that it mentions specifically that the platforms must scan every message, photo, and video sent by users, even if end-to-end encryption is in place. Now, what does that mean? Does that mean backdoor keys for the end-to-end encryption? Does that mean local device scanning that then from the local device reports whether it's like CSAM? Don't really know what the details of that means yet, but that doesn't sound very good, to say the least, and doesn't seem to set a good precedent. So we'll be watching this very closely. And of course, this kind of falls in line with what we're seeing all across Europe. People are getting bombarded with requests to confirm their age by taking a selfie and showing a picture of their ID or their driver's license. This is something that's being pushed across Europe and starting to be pushed in even some states in the United States, where people are going to have to be basically identifying themselves just to confirm their age to use something as simple as Spotify, right? Which is pretty insane. And then social media, of course. And then if you want to view certain content that might be deemed as mature, like on social media, you got to use your ID to verify yourself. And that would be all fine and dandy, but they will lock a lot of content that has nothing to do with, like, air quote, adult content, just because maybe it's controversial. And so they're going to try and use all this to have people identify themselves. And obviously having to do this for social media is not a great thing. A lot of people are anon because they want to be able to say what they want to say without being persecuted for it. And so they're going to continue to try and force people to de-anonymize themselves and then push people away who are dissenters, who are not allowed to, air quote, like use the internet or use services. So unfortunate to see. Moving on. This is a post from Concerned Citizen. It reads, parts of Canada ban hiking in the woods anywhere. Some people argue the fires were manufactured to justify policies like this one. Imagine being a Canadian and told you're no longer legally allowed to go hiking in the woods. Bit by bit, government see to abolish individual freedoms everywhere. And there's a video. Let's go and play this video.
You are not going to believe this. Hiking and even just walking into the woods is now illegal in Nova Scotia.
Stay out of the woods. We are restricting travel and activities that really aren't necessary. So hiking, camping, fishing, and the use of vehicles in the woods are not permitted. Trail systems through woods are off limits.
Fishing, hunting, camping, driving, and again, just walking into the wild is now a crime subject to a $25,000 penalty.
The fine for violating any of these bans, $25,000.
And get this, even people with property in these areas are no longer allowed to explore them.
If you have a home or cottage surrounded by a wooded area, we strongly encourage you to stay out of those woods. Don't do anything that could unnecessarily put you, your family, or your neighbors at risk.
The justification for these sweeping climate lockdowns is last year's wildfires, which destroyed over 200 homes, but critics aren't buying it, especially with the visible activity seen before and during those disasters. Some argue the fires themselves were no accident, but rather engineered events meant to justify policies like this one. And now here.
So that is pretty insane.
It's pretty wild. I did see
wild.
somebody post this morning too. She had showed him in this video. I don't know the guy's name. I don't know.
The guy who actually was fined $25,000
Yes.
for hiking in the
Yeah, he
woods.
was actually
I
fined.
did see that this morning. Yeah.
Wild.
Absolutely insane. And whether or not, like she was saying, the fires were intentional or not, they're taking advantage of this unfortunate situation to put absolutely insane restrictions on people's movement. And it's like, okay, wildfires are a concern. That's something that everyone's concerned about, especially in the drier times of the year. But these kinds of restrictions are absolutely insane and definitely not because of potential wildfires. It's $25,000 fine for hiking in the woods is fucking crazy. And that goes way beyond any forest fire concerns. So very, very, very insane. But it's also Canada, so I'm really surprised.
Canada always on the cutting edge of dystopia.
Oh, Canada. Moving on. We got a post from our good friend Drunkdialme, and it says, rented $500 of Monero hash over the next 150 hours, doubling up Friday. If I can figure it out, so can you. Mine on your laptop or throw $5 of electricity at bankrupting the Q pricks and Fed from behinds. Nice. State actor stress test for the next 2 weeks or 100K if you're a whale. Well, thank you for your service, Drunkdialme. Always appreciate it. And you can rent hash rate. This is possible. I think there might be a link to the website under this quote tweet, potentially.
What is it like? Yes, if I rented $1,000 worth of Monero hash, how much Monero are you walking away with?
That would be interesting to calculate. I'm trying to find right now the hash rent. If someone has a link to that, feel free to send it because I don't have it on me right now. But there is a website that allows you to. It has a bunch of different options. People can basically put up their servers and make them rentable, and then you can rent those people's servers for a certain amount of time, and like all the price is already pre-done. So that's what he's doing. That'd be interesting to calculate how much Monero you can actually get away from, because that is one thing to mention. It's like, yeah, you're spending some money to. You're probably spending the money not to make a lot of money, but because you want to support the network. But at the same time, you do get some back, so it's not like you're losing $500 because you paid
right.
$500
Yeah,
to buy it.
I wonder how much it is you do get back. Right, curious.
Yeah, Drunkdialme, if you have that calculated, feel free to let us know because we'd be interested how much you think you're going to get back from that $500. That would help people make a more informed decision on if they want to do this or not, because it is in some ways a good deal if you think about it, because you are getting non-KYC XMR, right?
Yeah,
Totally
exactly.
non-KYC. So
at a very low price, right? As we're helping the network.
Yep.
So odds are you'll end up in the positive for sure. Yeah, and Zeno Monero, I think Zeno put out the a video on I guess on how best to do this. What are they advising to use? I don't even know. Like what?
Yeah, let's
service
see.
or
Let
whatever?
me scroll through his page real quick because I believe he do.
By the way,
video.
looking to have him on Monero Talk this upcoming week. So that'd be nice. He's doing a great job, by the way, Anti-Moon Boy.
Yeah, dude is super goated. Love his content. I'm not seeing it immediately on my feed for some reason. But yeah, Zeno, he made a video showing how you can rent hash rate. So if you want to see how to do that, you can go to his Twitter account, or you can go to his YouTube channel, and he's got a nice video showing how to do that. So awesome stuff there. And yeah, once again, everyone, there's a lot of people asking, how can I help? How can we deal with this? Well, one of the most simplest ways you can help is just, you got some spare computers sitting around, just start mining on them, right? If you can afford to deal with the potential heat and the little bit of electricity cost, then just start mining on them, and you will be rewarded through P2Pool. And use P2Pool as well. Don't use the big mining pools. Use P2Pool specifically. So, and last up, we've got a post from our favorite controversial individual, Monero Maverick, and this is a video of Nick Fuentes actually talking about Monero this time. And this post reads, quote, "The federal government can see every transaction unless you're using Monero." Let's go ahead and play this clip.
Like, do you think the federal government cannot see every transaction that you're doing unless you're using Monero? And Monero, they're making impossible to use. Monero, like, they're banning certain wallets from even hosting it. They're trying to control it with on-ramps and off-ramps. Bitcoin is all traceable. Signal was probably created by the NSA with a backdoor. So it's like, you know, you say something like, well, they're just bringing back banking so like Palantir can look at it. Dude, Palantir controls everything. They have Pegasus. Pegasus can look at what's on your screen on your phone when you're using it. If you call 911, Carbine is going to hear it. If you use Twitter, they can hear it. If you're on Facebook and Instagram, they can hear it. Okay?
So you're here to hear first. The federal government can see all of your transactions unless you're using Monero.
He is
Credit where it's
very
due.
aware of Monero. We need Nick Fuentes using XMRChat for his super chats. That would be a moment.
Yeah, funny enough, the current platform he uses for his super chats, it's called Entropy, and it's some like foreign company, which is why if you're in the US and you use it, then you have to pay like foreign transaction fees. Because this guy would know more than anyone else about why this is important, because this guy's been totally debanked for years. He was on a federal no-fly list for several years. He's one of the most censored people in the US, so he would understand more than anybody why this is important. And it's cool to see him talking about it just a little bit. I think in a more black-pilled way, you know, kind of like they control everything, but also admitting that really the only way your transactions will be untraceable or not seen by the federal government is if you use something like Monero. Yeah.
Well, if anybody has access to Nick, or is, you know, follow his feeds a lot and is trying to always send him super chats, please try to compel him to check out XMRChat.com for super chats.
Given everything that happened a few months ago, I think it's important to say credit where credit's due, right? The Monero Society, Maverick, and I think it was Numismatic, were pushing, you know, they were basically sending donations to this guy mentioning Monero, kind of, you know, at least on 2 or 3 different occasions. So good on the
yeah, I had sent a couple in the past, and then the
Hitler Youth. Right?
I can't pronounce his name. The guy you mentioned.
The Hitler Youth finally did something productive.
Yeah, good job. Like, okay, Hitler Youth, like you did something. This is actually like I actually want to like lovingly
No.
call them the Hitler Youth in this moment.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think they would even totally disagree.
Yeah, I mean, we've always said, right? Like Mav, whatever, very controversial figure, but he has done things for growing Monero, right? I'm not going to deny that, right? He's
yeah, I think you guys
he's
have
done
like
a good job with getting the
way
word
more
out.
in
We've always said
common
that.
than
Yeah.
like not, honestly.
No, I've always qualified my comments by saying that it's just the concern that what he was trying to turn the brand into. Given how large his voice has become, if he was insignificant, it wouldn't be concerned. I mean, that the fact is he has a large following, so it's just yes. Monero can be used for all these things. It's just whatever. I don't need to repeat myself, but yeah, kudos to him, that group there for getting the attention of Nick Fuentes. Let's see if we get him to use XMRChat.com. Get him to start accepting Monero super chats. Sure, I'm not about to say I agree with everything Nick Fuentes says, but would love to see him using Monero because that just shows utility, shows it's working, and it's providing utility.
I don't know why, but I think about Nick Fuentes similar to Tucker Carlson for some reason. Like he's like Tucker Carlson's younger cousin or something like that. I don't know. I mean,
they're both feds. They're both feds.
CIA. Tucker Carlson is literally
this
a
is
fed. His
he
dad
is
worked for the
actually
CIA.
literally a fed. Yeah.
But
Nick Fuentes has this black, like you mentioned, Tux. There's this black pill slant to it. Like it's all tracked, and unless you're using Monero, but you can't even use Monero because they're just like crushing it. Like it's a little bit black pilled.
Well, I mean, you gotta like understand where he's coming from. I mean, since he was a kid, this guy has been absolutely like everyone's been trying to destroy him. They've been out to get him since he was like 18 years old. So you at some point you would become a little bit black pilled, being in a position like his. But once again, he admits he's like, your transactions are totally traceable unless you use Monero. So,
I mean, he's not exactly wrong, is the thing. Like he's pretty close to the truth, at least in this case right here. And I do like a lot of the
he
things
is
that
right
says
because
in
they are
general.
trying to attack Monero. But I think this is a good thing that we should continue talking about. It's like we need to use it, promote the shit out of it, get all these big influencers to become aware of it, at least mentioning it. Like there's been so many mentions from larger influencers recently. I keep seeing them pop up. So keep doing that, and it'll just become bigger naturally. It'll grow, and it'll be so much harder to suppress it once these big people are aware of it and talk about it. It'll be so much harder to just kind of leave it in the dust. Because I think once again, the main stance is to just from the government is to not objectively shut it down, but is just kind of ignore it, kind of suppress it behind the scenes, using things like Cubic and all this bullshit FUD to suppress the price, push it down, make people uninterested. And ultimately, if they can do that, then they've won. So they don't have to say anything. They don't have to mention it, right? They can win without even mentioning it. So we just have to keep promoting it and being loud about it and using it.
All right.
And that was the last news link.
All right. Did we miss any super chats from way back?
Let's take a look. Because that was like I said, guys, there's a lot of news. Let me scroll up. We do got one from XMR.bar tipping $4.21. XMR.bar just got a big new update literally now. Check it out. Our team will be available for any support of questions. Thank you, XMR.bar, for the tip. And check that out if you guys want to responsibly gamble your XMR.
Let me see if I can bring this up. They are our viewers on stage sponsor. So, looks like looks like they added Trocador support. So now you can place your bet directly with Monero or any other altcoin, and it will get auto transacted into Monero and passed on to XMR.bar in Monero. So that's pretty cool. So this opens up XMR Bazaar or XMR.bar beyond just Monero direct payments, but now you can use any other crypto to do your gambling while also essentially growing Monero because ultimately it's transferred into Monero before passed on to XMR.bar. So very cool to see. Very cool to see. XMR.bar, if you're out there, you want to jump on, you want to do a demo or something. If not today or any other day, you're more than welcome to show us that.
All right. Should we move back to the viewers on stage, or should we close it out here?
We should close it out here.
Pretty good, yeah, man. I think if we open it up again,
it's gonna go wild.
Who do we have anybody that's back there? It's all the same folks, and they were up here already. Cool.
Someone in the comments said no.
Yeah, it's very cool that Wishes on Dandelion jumped up today. She was
yes, thank you for coming on.
Yeah, I think we'll leave it at that. It's been a hell of a show. We had Luke on here. Lots of things happening in Monero land. Constantly under attack. Constantly in the pressure cooker over here. I don't know. Like I said on the outset, guys, I enjoy it. I do enjoy it. Maybe it's just ultimate deep-seated cope, but I enjoy the fight. I enjoy the struggle. I love being a part of this revolution. And
you like politics?
Yeah.
You like Monero politics? It's spicy, you know.
I like I like the fact that Monero is always aiming for maximum disruption, and it is the most attacked crypto. It is has proven to be the most disruptive. It is the one that is feared the most. And that's what gets me up in the morning. That's what keeps me going with Monero. That's why I'm always so excited about it. Like, listen, win or lose, at least we put up the best possible fight we could, and obviously, I think we will win. So we could leave it at that. I don't know if you guys have any closing remarks, given everything that's going on, or we'll just roll the credits.
Yeah, I think we all just drank from a water hose. So. Have a good weekend, guys. Thanks, everyone, for coming on. Thanks to Luke Parker for joining us. Legend as always. So have a great weekend, guys.
Hang in there, guys. Buy Monero. Run your miners. Turn on your goo packs.
Yes.
Adios.
Peace.
Thank you for joining us on this week's Monerotopia episode. We stream live shows every Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern. You can find and subscribe to our show on YouTube and Odyssey, or listen to the podcast on iTunes, Spotify, or Stitcher. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter or join us in the Monerotopia Telegram